Good morning. I'd like to call our March the 12th, 2019 Committee of the Whole meeting to order. I want to thank everyone for being with us today. We've got a fairly full agenda, so we will get started. First item of business in order is the adoption of the consent calendar. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion properly made and seconded to approve the consent calendar as presented. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Our next item of business in order is related to the instructional portion of today's agenda, which will be shared by Mr. Lewis. Derek, it's all yours.
The first item on the agenda for today is the public comment section of the meeting, and we do have 4 speakers who are scheduled for public comment. Mr. Chairman, do I have to run the machine, or can I talk from here? Just a couple of statements. As a reminder, each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak. The light system will be green for the first 2 minutes and will turn yellow when 1 minute remains on the speaker's allotted time. Abusive language or personal attacks aimed at students, staff members, school board members will not be permitted. All speakers are expected to behave in an orderly and respectful manner, and the board will not engage in discussion with the speakers or respond to comments. We do have 4 speakers. The first speaker is Carolyn Smith. Ms. Smith, how are you doing? Okay. If you'll just step up to the podium right here, and I think the light should be on for you. If it's not, we can. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Carolyn Smith, and I spoke to you back in the spring of last year, and I spoke on resilience. I came before you again in September, I think it was, and I stated that I had been contacted by someone from this office, and I would try to reach out to them. I did, and I have not heard back since. I reached out to this board initially on February 28, 2017, and I shared some information about what was happening to me at the workplace. I was new to Greenville and the state of South Carolina. I have 2 siblings, and they had moved here. I have 2 daughters. They had moved here. And I had 2 grandchildren here and 1 on the way. So I thought maybe I'll just move to Greenville, and I plan to stay. I started working. I started working in Greenville County School System on October 10th, 2016, and I was happy, very excited about the work, and looking forward to retirement and everything. And I knew I was a dedicated worker, and I would never be found insubordinate. But some strange and unusual things started happening to me at the workplace, and things to me started to look like a setup, because I became leery and cautious, so I started documenting things. Consequently, I got fired, okay? And at my unemployment hearing that was recorded, my superior made false statements under oath that can be proven, okay? Okay, because after I contacted this board, I was called in. No, it was before then, but I was called in before then. But anyway, at any point, somebody from Human Relations came out and started yelling at me, asked me quietly. No. I asked them quietly, could I be transferred to another place? They answered me no, very swiftly. And they said, you're not going to get a transfer. You can quit if you want. You want to quit? I did not respond. When I thought things were settled down, I asked if I could be excused. I was told no. So, like I said, I'm not going to be found insubordinate. I'm a former educator. I am 70 years old. I am an activist, but I wasn't trying to be an activist again. I just wanted to live a quiet little life with my grandkids. But I have grandkids, and they know what happened to me. And they know what happened as a result when I reached out to this board and nobody responded. So I'm still trying to get some answers about what I should tell them about the Greenville County School Board system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Our next speaker is Ty Hauk.
Board members, my name is Ty Hauk. I am Director of Greenways for Greenville County Parks and Rec. One of my primary projects is the Swamp Rabbit Trail. We've worked with the school district on some connectivity projects. I'm here today to offer to be continuing to be involved in the development of the site plan for the Fountain Inn High School. The site plans, which I believe are in the far corner there, we had good conversations early on with school district members about. I won't take those extra few minutes, but I'm pretty sure I didn't talk that long.
You're good. You can keep going.
Thank you. Anyway, original conversations were about connectivity to the Fountain Inn community. Most of you are probably aware there's over 600 residents within a 10-minute walk of the Fountain Inn proposed campus. And the conversations went well, but then on these site plans here, there does seem to be a lack of connectivity for the students, as well as the ongoing opportunities to connect the Swamp Rabbit network to the towns of Fountain Inn and Simpsonville. Really, the conversations we'd like to continue to have and meeting with the planner for Fountain Inn is to just take a look to see how we can make some of those improvements, not only for the students, but also, like I said, this corridor has been identified as the opportunities to connect the two downtowns of Simpsonville, as well as to connect to the greater network of the Greenway system. So just kind of summarize, I would like the opportunity to potentially, as someone involved with the development of the Swamp Rabbit Trail, the opportunities we've already created with the school district, my background in CPTED, which stands for Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, which obviously is a concern for the students and the people and the parents of the students. I think we can easily accommodate those means while also providing opportunities for students and other people that are transportation dependent to access the campus and also utilize some space on the campus property to make the connectivity to the downtowns and other residences in that part of Greenville County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is David Taylor. The Reverend David Taylor.
Mr. Lewis, does the 3-minute timeline hold true to preachers? Because that's very challenging.
We are in daylight savings time, so it's even shorter.
Good morning, board. I'm the director of Momentum Bike Clubs, a Clemson University initiative, mostly in Greenville County. And what started in 2010 with one bike club in the Sterling community has grown to 19 bike clubs and 245 students for middle and high school students. We are up at Northwest Middle School and all the way down the Swamp Rabbit. Our Northwest Club is all white, our Nicholtown Club is all African American, and our Lakeview Club is predominantly Hispanic. And so what we're finding is that students are responding to social support, mentoring support, and exercise around bikes. So you all have a test this morning. It's a one-question test, and so it's either pass or fail. What's the one thing more fun than riding a bike? I'll let you know the answer. It's riding a bike with friends. And so that's what we do is we head out with a connection point. And a lot of our students, we seek the students who don't fit in, don't belong, who are getting bullied, and are connecting through this bike club. And we have a high school challenge team where students can, we have about 35 students, and there are students who've been in this 5 and 6 years of regular, steady mentoring support and are responding so positively. So my encouragement this morning is about the new Fountain Inn High School, that many of our students would love to ride their bike to school. And so to have connectivity to the new Fountain Inn High School would only enhance and support our work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Taylor. Frank Mansbach.
Good morning. I'm Frank Monsbach, and I lead Bike Walk Greenville, which is a 501c3 we founded 7 years ago. And when we first started our research about what we were going to do for advocacy, we looked at the elementary schools. And at that time, we found that only 10 of the 50 elementary schools in the district are walkable, and 0 were bikeable. That led to the famous 2014 referendum for the county sales tax, which included a number of the projects that we recommended to connect to the schools. Then we can remind you of when Monarch Elementary School opened, all the news we had about the 350 kids that lived within a half mile of that school and they couldn't get there. My elevator speech now is that school still waits for improvements that's on the GPATS list for Five Forks Road. It will happen when the grandchildren of the parents that were protesting back when the school opened, that's when that road will be ready for schools, for kids to walk. So then we look at Fountain Inn Elementary. I look at the site plan, thanks to my friend Ty, and I see nothing but facilities for cars, a huge parking lot, a long loop for the cars to go, no consideration that anybody would ever walk or ride their bike to the school. This is not the way our society is heading. I urge this body to start thinking about people on having active transportation. Children that go to school walking or biking, they are much better students. Our school district has failed, in my opinion, to recognize this. They say it's not our problem, it's GPATS, it's somebody else. When you start looking at your schools, we need to get your children to the schools safely on bikes and on foot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monsbach. Thank you to all our speakers. That is the final speaker. The next item on the agenda is item 2.02, the State Priority Schools and the Greenville County Schools Focus Schools Report. Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. McCoy is going to share with you this presentation. Thought this was a good time, the priority school list having come out recently, and how that work intersects and dovetails with the work that we're already doing on our own focus school work, how those things overlap, how in some respects they are different, but they're different in that they provide more support, not different in that they're moving in a different direction. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. Good morning. We thought we'd start off by giving you the overview of the the priority schools, rather, the state-designated priority schools, and then we'll kind of move into a presentation that you saw briefly in October when we did the data presentation. We were a little rushed that day, and so we'll kind of review and go a little bit more in depth into the focus school support that we provide our schools that we identify as needing additional assistance. So as Dr. Royster said, that recently the state came out with the designations for priority schools. And so these school improvement designations, and I've tried to color code these to match with what's in the presentation I'm going to give here. We're going to focus on the left-hand side, the orange and red, if you will, as we have some schools in those categories. We do not have schools in the right-hand column, the targeted support and improvement. But there are 3 designations. I'll start with the red there, the comprehensive support and improvement schools, or what they refer to as CSI schools. Those are the bottom 5%, and we'll get more into what that looks like. And then you have priority schools, which are designated there in orange, which is the Title I or non-Title I priority schools, bottom 10%. And then on the right, the yellow there, you have the targeted support and improvement schools, Title I, and there's a couple categories of that, and like I said, I'll briefly hit those, but we don't have schools in those categories this year. So looking at, just before we get started there, all of this is based on the weighted points, and so as you have probably looked at the school report cards, you've seen the number and the rating that they've got on the school report cards. That 21 for this example would be that weighted points number. Possible points out of 100. This is the elementary middle scale. High school's a little bit different because they have some different designations. It's still out of 100 though total, so that part remains the same. And for the future in the presentation, this will be known as the weighted point index, or WPI, if you see it throughout the presentation. So let me make sure I didn't skip one there. So the South Carolina report card designation of Comprehensive Support and Improvement School, again, the CSI, that is we have one school we'll talk about later that's in this category. This is any Title I school with that weighted point index at the bottom 5% of all schools when separated by school type. School type there being elementary, middle, high, because it is designated by the categories of the schools, elementary, middle, high. Or any high school that has a graduation rate under 70%. These are identified normally going forward every 3 years. This one, we're on an off cycle because of when this was put in place. So this will actually only be, for all of these schools that we're going to talk about today, they will actually have 2 years. In 2020, the state will re-identify, and then they will be 3-year cycles after that. So 2023, 26, 29, and so on and so forth. So until we get on that cycle, we'll be on the 2-year cycle this year. You can kind of see over the top there what the support given. This is the most intensive support given by the state. These schools will receive and have received a transformation coach from South Carolina. And then they will also have a school needs assessment that is conducted by the state. And then professional learning that is required. They will have some required professional learning with the admin team and some of the staff in the school. And all 3 of these we'll talk about will use the improvement framework and the intervention guide. They'll have access to that. And again, all 3 of the designated schools, they will also have money that comes with this. The money varies based on their status, but all of them will receive money from the state for improvement purposes. And then the priority schools, this is any Title I or non-Title I, that's at the bottom 10% of the weighted point index. Again, separated by school type, so there's ones identified for elementary, middle, and high. And these, again, will be identified in the future every 3 years. Again, you can see the support given. They do not receive a transformational coach, but they do have access to all the other resources that the CSI folks would have access to, including the money. And then the last one, again, I won't spend much time on this because we don't have any schools in this category, but this is for any Title I school with 1 or more subgroups of students performing at or below the highest performing CSI school across accountability indicators. All that means is basically compared to the CSI, the highest CSI subgroup performing is compared to this one, and that's how they're identified for a TSI school. Again, we don't have any of those in Greenville. There are some across the state, though. But you can look and see the 2 different categories there, low-performing subgroups versus underperforming subgroups in there. But this one focuses really more on the subgroups than it does overall. And again, you can see the framework that they have access to and the federal improvement funds that they have access to as well. So this is what our Greenville County school system looks like. We have 1 school in the comprehensive, the CSI category, that's Lakeview Middle School. We have 4 in the priority school status, so Thomas Kearns Heritage Elementary, Woodmont Middle, and Carolina High are in the priority school, the bottom 10, and none, again, in the targeted support improvement schools. So looking at now, how do we work with schools? How do we identify schools for focus schools, what we call focus schools in Greenville County schools? And how does that dovetail, how will that dovetail with what the state's going to provide us with these schools, particularly more Lakeview, since they actually do get a coach that comes with the state money. The others, of course, get state money, but they don't get the coach, the people. So we'll talk about how those 2 are meshing. So as we talked about I believe it was last spring when we did this, schools are identified as focus schools by the assistant superintendents and academics. That's a joint effort that we look at. We look at test school data from the previous year. So typically in July we realign. We start looking now. We have some idea in March or April when the final benchmark is given for TE21. We have a pretty good idea of how the schools are going to perform on SC Ready. And so we will start looking there. We'll do some preliminary identifications at that point in time. And then we will realign if need be in July when those test scores come back. Sometimes there's some surprises there, and so we may realign or change a school out or 2 based on the test scores. There are schools that specifically request help as well. So not only do we identify, there are some other times schools will ask if they can be a focus school. And we do group Title I's in with this normally because they get additional support. All Title I schools have coaches coming out of Dr. McDavid's office. My coaches, of course, assist as well. They work with all schools, and then Dr. McDavid specifically work really week to week in those Title I schools. And so the Title I's get a tremendous amount of extra coaching support as well. So looking at what the support looks like, we've showed you this model before. We'll go through each one of these just so you can, again, have a refresh on what we do. What do we do when we walk into a focus school? What does that look like, that support is given? So the first thing, starting with that top box there, the orange one there, the administrative support for the admin team. Remember in the past we've said that the whole idea of focus schools is that when we go in, we expect to be there 1 to 3 years, and then we want to walk out and that be sustained. So the things that we want to make sure we're teaching practices that the schools can continue to implement for years and years and years, and we don't have to be there forever. And so really 1 to 3 years is what our goal is, to try to be in a school, to work with them for sustainability purposes. And so from the administrative support side, we do have monthly meetings with central office leadership at the school. That typically is the assistant superintendent and an academic representative. A lot of times the coaches will be there as well, instructional coaches, assistant principals. The schools, both the schools coaches and our coaches are typically there. And really what that's looking at is coaching not just around PLCs, but really coaching the administrators around the best practices. What do we need to work in? Now, the assistant superintendents are actually there probably more than once a month. They're there probably several times a month checking in and working with the principal. But as far as our regularly scheduled meeting, we're there once a month with them to debrief and see how things are going. Support for the teachers is critical. We talked about, and we'll talk about in depth, the coaching cycles that we do and what that looks like for teachers. But the teams, again, that is the sole function of Dr. McDavid's coaches and my coaches as they go into the schools, is coaching teachers. They may work in PLCs with a small group of teachers, but then they're also actually in the classrooms. The instructional coach in the school is working side by side with them. Many times that coach is very adept at coaching and doesn't necessarily need our support, and they can be coaching their own teachers. At other times, the coach may need some assistance, and so they're working alongside our coaches to really learn how to run coaching cycles in the school. The on-site personalized professional development is key in these schools. Again, you'll get a little taste example of that in a few minutes here, of what that looks like. It typically is run now through PLCs, but it could be an after-school workshop for all the math teachers or all the ELA teachers, depending upon what the needs of that school are. And then the professional learning community support that we provide is, again, putting those structures in place that's going to sustain them into the future. Is that common planning, the common assessment building, looking at the assessments, and coming up with remediation or acceleration strategies for those kids that need it. The admin and coaching meetings, again, monthly meetings at the school we do with the central office leadership to monitor the progress and realign. While we have the state scores each year, that's a one-time test that's given at the end of the year. So we rely heavily on other things like TE21 benchmarks that come out, or common assessments that we can analyze to make sure that the students are progressing. And when they're not, then we can intervene with that. So that can also look like student observations and student work that we may analyze too. And we'll talk about the instructional rounds process here in a minute of what that looks like in the schools to kind of gauge where kids are. And then progress monitoring. So I'll give you, again, an example of that here later on. But the daily observations that administrators do in classrooms, that's progress monitoring to see where the teachers are. Are they implementing the strategies that we've been working on in professional learning communities? Are they implementing the strategies that came out of maybe test scores that said students were weak in certain areas? And then regular discussions also at the admin level. They have weekly at their own admin team meetings. So talking from, usually that's typically the principal and the assistant principals, and then also many times the instructional coach is involved in that as well. And then talking about teachers and where do we need to provide more support, and where do we maybe need to realign professional development opportunities. And then lastly, the instructional rounds. The instructional rounds process we've been doing, we actually did with all principals this year, had the opportunity. We had the SREB grant, so all principals got to experience what instructional rounds look like at a school, and the benefit of those rounds, of course, as well, to realign instruction. These are typically in our focus schools, they're quarterly or twice a year. Some schools do it more often than that. And they really focus on an area of weakness. So before we walk into the classrooms, we're identifying a goal area. What have they been working on the last couple of weeks? So it could be interactive read aloud in elementary school. Maybe we've been really working on shoring that up and getting that as quality instruction in a classroom. So when we walk into that classroom, that's what we're going to be looking for. That would be the type of feedback we would be providing back to the administration around that instructional rounds, or around that interactive read aloud process. And so this is what at a very high level, this is what the instructional rounds process looks like. We typically, again, choose a focus area. The school does that as far as what they've been working on. We gather the group. The true instructional rounds process involves teachers. We have not moved into the teacher rounds yet. We are currently, for our instructional rounds, that's going to be school administrators, instructional coaches, district administrators, and district coaches that are going to take those rounds. We're going to observe the classrooms on the focus area. So looking at, again, if it was interactive read aloud, when we walk in, we're going to be looking for interactive read aloud. And then at the end, we debrief the visits. And so we will provide to the administration then our next steps. Like, we saw this was really good, this was very strong as far as interactive read aloud, this part was really good. This part maybe we need to shore up some more. So what can we provide? Do we need to provide some more professional learning to the teachers? Do we need to work with individual teachers? It could be that some got it and have doing great with it and others need some more remediation. And so we may work with individual teachers at that point as well. And so the coaching cycles, again, just as a reminder, in case, since it's been about a year since we've gone over this, a coaching cycle lasts 6 to 8 weeks with a teacher. Normally, a coach is doing multiple coaching cycles at a time, so that may be anywhere from 4 to 6 teachers they may be doing in a school. And really, it starts with that goal, so setting a goal with the teacher. What do you want to accomplish? What's the goal? And reviewing the lesson plan. So the coach typically will review the lesson plan. She or he will make notes on the plan, some guiding questions of what do I want to know more about, what do I maybe not understand. The pre-conference with the teacher, and you're going to see a video of that here in a second about what a pre-conference looks like. You'll see a snippet of it. You may want to watch the whole thing later. It's about 12 minutes, but we'll show you about 2 minutes of that. And that's really just asking questions, clarifying questions for the teacher. It's not necessarily the coach, the teacher at that point in time. And then the observation of the lesson. So the coach is going to sit and observe the lesson that the teacher's teaching. And then after that, they're going to post-conference. So after the lesson's done, we're going to sit down. We're going to talk about the lesson. Again, the coach might ask some questions. They're almost always going to ask, how did you think the lesson went? What did you think your kids understood, not understood? And then we're going to go from there. And then that cycle starts back over again. A new goal is built based on the previous round. And then we go forward from there. And teachers that might be really struggling, this will be modified slightly, where the coach might be doing more hands-on modeling and teaching for maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, and then they would turn that over to the to the teacher, who would then take over the instruction at that point in time while the coach observes. So again, 6 to 8 weeks in there. And this is what, let's see if I can, let me pull it up this way. This is what it looks like. So this is a pre-conference. Again, the coach would have a pre-conference and they would have a post-conference, but this is what the pre-conference is going to look like here. Maybe.
Let's first talk about this lesson. I want you just to tell me about it and where it fits in like your whole unit and how it correlates to the standards.
So we're actually starting the unit this week as far as multiplying decimals go. This week is more of the model, drawing models in order to fully conceptualize what multiplying decimals is so they know what's happening.
Okay.
The standard is actually to use concrete area models and drawings. But next week we're actually going to show them the algorithm, which is not specifically written in the standard, but we find as far as, and you know this isn't always the best answer, but as far as testing goes, they do a lot better when they can connect the model to what they're doing with the standard algorithm.
Okay. And so how does your EQ, it says what strategies can you use to place a decimal point in a product? How does that fit into this lesson standard?
So this week we're doing the models to show them why it's going from tenths to hundredths. So they're cutting the pieces to see that it gets to become a smaller decimal.
Okay.
So that Monday when we show them, because you know when we were in school it was you count the numbers and you move the decimal.
Right.
Which is essentially what we're doing on Monday, but what we're doing this week is showing them why you count the numbers and move the decimal and why that decimal is going to a smaller place value when you're finished.
Okay, yeah. And I was going to ask you, why is that strategy important for them rather than just counting and moving?
Because we want them to understand that when you multiply two decimals, you have to account for a tenth, and a tenth is actually going to get to smaller pieces to the hundredth place.
All right.
So I'll stop that one there. As you heard, a lot of that is getting clarification, understanding a clarity of lesson is critical for understanding not only what the teacher's teaching, but then also what we want the kids to learn out of that lesson. So again, that goes on that's about 11 minutes, 25 seconds. Chapel is at Mitchell Road Elementary, the instructional coach there. She's a phenomenal instructional coach at one of our best at elementary level coaches. She does a lot of work for us, but she has very successful coaching practices. So this typically the pre-conference does not need to be an hour. It's a lot of times it can be 15 minutes, 10 minutes. If again, teacher's struggling and needs help planning, it might be longer than that. It just depends on the individual teacher. This teacher's a little bit more advanced, and she kind of knows what she's doing in her classroom, the why she's doing it. But what Chapel would do at that point is try to get to the why. Like she said, instead of just moving decimal points, so we know why we're moving decimal points. Sometimes we tend to just teach move this or do this little trick, but getting to the heart of why do we do that? We need to teach kids the concept conceptual behind why we do certain things and little tricks, if you will, in math. And so that teacher obviously is very good at doing that. And so then there will be another video of a post-conference after the fact. So just what some things that, and you have access probably to all of these in the link that we provided to you, but really what are the teachers saying? And so this is one of the areas we post on Flipgrid a lot, where teachers can talk about coaching or talk about really any topic they want. Some teacher forums folks use this to talk about why they got into teaching. You have access to all these videos. I'm just going to share the one here from Courtney here about her experience.
Hey, it's Courtney here. I just want to reflect a little bit on the coaching cycle that we've been going through, especially in math. We've been able to meet and talk about it and have a plan for what's going to happen for the unit and for the future units. Planning together, I think there's great conversation that can happen. And then I've had Amanda Hendrich in my room as far as my coach for the math cycle, and the other two fifth grade math teachers had Austin and Kristen. And so having Amanda in my room has been really great because there's another set of adult eyes in the room. You can have conversations about who's struggling, and the best way to tell people about that, to be able to talk about it and have a conversation about how can we help the student specifically. Sometimes I can explain things differently than Amanda does, or Amanda can just pick up right where what I was trying to say and explain it in a different way. And sometimes it just clicks differently with different students. It's been a great opportunity, and I've seen a lot of growth in my students and their test scores and what they're comfortable with in math. I think that it's been a great opportunity for me to be able to increase engagement in my classroom. And I've really learned a lot. It's allowed me to be a little more reflective about what's going on in my classroom, to be able to use those pre and post assessments, and just have another set of eyes in my room and be able to talk out some strategies with someone else. So it's been a really great experience.
So again, you can look at some of the other ones if you like. Austin G here are one of our coaches. Her and Kristen are the ones that work in that school and coach. So they're kind of giving you the experience from their perspective as far as coaching cycles, but they are our coaches in those schools. As she mentioned, Courtney there, one of the whole goals of the coaching cycle is really that reflective practice. We don't focus these coaching cycles on just struggling teachers. We believe all teachers need to have coaching cycles. No matter if you're the high-performing teacher, the low-performing teachers, everybody should have the opportunity to have a coaching cycle to improve their craft. And so it is across the board when we do these coaching cycles with all teachers. So I don't want to, it would be remiss if we didn't talk about the admin's role in this. So again, that coaching cycle is that middle bubble there as far as what we do in a coaching cycle. What's happening with administrators, however, at the end is they're going in and observing during a coaching cycle. So we ask them to observe ideally once a week during the coaching cycle, if not once a week, every other week. And so they're going in and providing feedback based on the goal of that coaching cycle. And you're going to see a coaching log here so they know when they walk into a room, they know exactly what that teacher's working on with that coach, and they can provide that feedback specifically to that goal that that teacher is working on. They may make some other statements or comments as well, but we want that feedback to be centered on what they're working on in the classroom during that goal. And so what's that look like ongoing progress monitoring? As I mentioned, the test scores are great that we get at the end of the year, but that's a one-time piece. And we want to make sure throughout the year we are progress monitoring to see how our kids are doing so we can intervene as quickly as possible. So one of the things is keeping these coaching logs. This is as much for our coach as it is for anybody else because, like I said, they're coaching many teachers. And so for them to coach week to week, they've got to keep up with what they're working on with each teacher and how they're documenting that progress. This is an example of a grade level goal setting form. You can see on the left-hand side there, they put their goals in there, some of the dates, and then what the impact of the coaching should be ultimately. On the right-hand side is, and you would see more of these down the screen, but on the right-hand side is the administrator's observation. So when the administrator goes and observes, they log that observation again so that we can work on that feedback with the teacher depending upon what it is. And you can see at the bottom here, again, Austin Green is one of our coaches. Aiken's one of the school coaches. What are they working on with the teacher? So they're logging those notes as well. So the school FOBAC, this is the coaching log landing page. As you can see right now, though, the only, at least when this was taken, the grade level we're working on is 4th grade. So you can now see those, I took out the teacher names, but you can see 4 teachers there being worked with in the 4th grade. So that's where those efforts are being focused. The administrator of that school, for whatever reason, decided that's where, based on data, their biggest need was. And so our coaches are working with the 4th grade in that regard. You can see, however, on the coaching log and administrator's feedback, the grade level logs have been done for every grade. So we've worked with every grade. We've had a pre-meeting with every grade on what their goals are they're working on based on their test data and based on their scores and ongoing scores for the students. So what that teacher log looks like, again, now this is what our coaches keep, because they've got to keep up with this data so they know how we're improving and what we need to do next. So for this cycle, if you will, our coaches work with the teachers to develop what that first unit cycle, second unit cycle, and third unit cycle looks like. Cycle 1 and 2 were completed. As you can see, the data is not filled out yet on the third one because they still haven't completed that at the time we pulled these. Again, similarly, you can see on the right-hand side all the administrative notes. So the administrators that went in and observed, they're logging those notes in that. They all have access to it. So again, when I go back and meet with the teacher the next day as a coach, I can pull up that feedback and say, well, here's what the assistant principal observed. Here's what they saw. Let's figure out how we're going to work on this part if there was some areas for improvement. The data we do keep as we go along. So this data here would have been either common assessments, it could have been TE21 data, whatever they're using to progress monitor the kids' progress on there. And obviously there's still some things in some areas we still need to go back and remediate. I know it's hard to see, but at the very bottom, there are some teacher actions based on the administrator's feedback. The first one there says embed opportunities for students to persevere through word problems. So that was one thing the administrator noticed, that the kids weren't having enough time maybe practicing and they needed more time to practice. So that would be something the coach would work with the teacher on for that next round of cycles on how do we get our kids to be able to work more with the word problems. And then finally, this again for our coaches, this is what our coaches would use. This really is just so they know when they come in next week to work with that coach again where they left off previously. So this is what our coaches do. And you can see that multiple coaches are working. This is the school instructional coach, and then that's our Title I instructional coach is working in that school. So they're both working with the teachers. Typically the IC at the school teams up with our coaches. And so they're both supporting the teachers a lot of times. But this is how they know each other, what each other has done, so they can keep track of that. And then, so some of the results, again, you saw this data. We had a chart of this data last October. So this is based off last year's test scores that we did. And so you can see that overall with our focus schools that we had some good results with that on the SC Ready. This is ELA and math. We have, in many cases, you look particularly in math, we had double-digit gains in the math columns for several of our schools. So obviously we like to see the positive green results there. And we will be... one of the areas we've intervened with this year is Woodmont High School. So that the one that did not have some of the results, we're working with Woodmont, both Mr. Reimer and our team down there, still working with them as a focus school. And hopefully that will improve this year. And so as I mentioned about the progress, this is just some highlights from that. I didn't show you social studies and science because our focus in coaching is on ELA and math. We hit social studies and science peripherally, but our focus really is on the ELA and math. Tanglewood improved last year in all subjects. Alexander experienced some of the highest test growth across the board, but all focus schools made progress in some area. In some subject, they made progress. And then progress monitoring, what this looks like for us, and this is K2, so this is an example of an elementary. So in K2, our progress monitoring, we pull mid-year, we pull our FAST Bridge for kindergarten and first grade, and we pull second grade Fontes and Bunnell, to see how many kids are scoring at a level where they would still need intervention. And so we would say, and research would tell you, that color didn't come out great, but the green up at the top, if you've got under 20% of your kids that are eligible for intervention, then your core instruction is pretty solid. You're doing a pretty good job core instruction-wise. If it's over that 20%, we need to shore up some core instructional areas there. And so you can see we've made some good progress in almost all of our schools. I added the last 3 because we just started them this year. That is our first year with those 3 schools. But you can see from the others that all of the schools went down in the number of kids that are in intervention, which is what we want. We want less kids in intervention or eligible for intervention, if you will. Again, we'll be working with Kearns next year fairly heavily to improve that number as far as their difference. They did go up with kids in intervention, so that's something we're going to want to shore up. The level bands, we look at that pretty heavily in academics as far as where they're moving from the bands. And so you can see the 4 colored bands there. Our goal is not only that kids are, that they are less kids in intervention, we also want less kids in the bands as well. So in most of those you can see we move from red to that darker red or to the lighter red or to the green. Both Fountain Inn or Heritage are bolded because both Fountain Inn and Heritage moved into that under 20% category. Which is again, which we want all schools to be moving into that under 20%. Now one thing I'll point out to here is the K-5 winter, that fast bridge, that's going to vary from year to year. There are some years we have kindergartners come in and 60% of the kindergartners know their letters or where they should be at kindergarten, and there's other times that only 20% coming into a kindergarten class know. And so that's going to vary from year to year as far as where our kindergartners come into, obviously. And so the 18-19, this year's focus schools, this is where you can see our focus schools that we're continuing to work with this year. You see Fountain Inn and Robert E. Cashner were consult this year, which means we didn't do the full process with them. We still checked in. The assistant superintendents are still checking in regularly with them. You also see that we continued some of our support to schools that had new principals. That support is, I think, appreciated by those principals. Certainly Montague, Damon Qualls would agree with that. I mean, he's made some great gains. He's appreciated the support that we continue to offer to him in that school. Greer High is highlighted in yellow because they requested the support. They were not identified by us as a focus school, but they asked if we would come in, work with them to try to take them to the next level when it comes to improvement. You can kind of see where we are with the years out there. Again, our goal is no more than 3 years. It may take us longer in certain schools than it does in others. We probably Greer High this year. We do plan to not be at Greer High next year. That was a 1-year work with Mr. Ludley up there at his request. And so we will then identify some other schools. Again, Dr. McDonald may choose to not put some at Woodmont Middle. They've made some great progress, new principal, new leadership. They've done some really good things there. So we may choose next year we're not going to be at Woodmont Middle next year. We may pick up one of his other schools that we identify. You can also see the Title I's. Again, some of our Title I's are focus schools, some are not, and it just depends. But however, all of our Title I schools do have Title I coaches in them, regardless of the focus school tag or not. All right, and I think that's it. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Ms. Wells.
Thank you. You know, one of those slides, I was thinking that I'm glad that you guys tell us you don't want us to get in the weeds, because it seemed like it was definitely a lot of detail there when you're talking about the coaching cycles and what the assessment looks like. When we talked about in the beginning what schools ended up in that priority status there, what do you see? What were the key triggers, or was there a key trigger that tended to place these schools in those categories? Was it one key trigger, or?
I would say across the board in working in all those schools that typically the key is the core instruction. When we walk into a school, typically any of our focus schools, we walk in to start working with them. Typically once we do the observations in the classrooms, what we find is the core instruction is not where it needs to be as far as strength, which results in the lower test scores. So that rigor in the classroom a lot of times. And so really we focus our efforts on that core instruction. They all have interventionists in the schools, but we really focus our efforts on how do you shore up the core instruction so kids don't need to be in intervention.
Okay. You mentioned that we're providing this support, this same sort of support for all our Title I schools, even if they're performing.
Yes.
So I guess one question I have with all the conversation we have around supporting teachers and letting teachers teach, and they're professionals. Are we? I guess do we let some teachers teach even if they're in a Title I school? If they've got proven performance, are we still saying, well, we still want you to go through the coaching, we're still going to come in and observe you every week, we're still going to do all those things? Because to me that would be a little deflating as a teacher if you have that sort of oversight and it's not needed.
Yeah, so we've really pushed this last couple of years on the fact that the coaching cycle piece is not oversight and it's not punitive. It's actually about getting better. Because regardless of the level of teacher, the highest performing teacher in a school can always improve in something. typically on the coaching cycles, what we find, even from the teacher forum work we've done in some of the other places, the teachers have been very complimentary of all levels, from struggling teachers to high-performing teachers of the coaching cycles. Many times our high-performing teachers, at least what they're saying, is they don't always get actionable feedback because administrators perceive them as high-level, high-performing teachers, but they don't always get that next-level feedback for how do I take my craft to that next level. So now, are there going to be other teachers in the school certainly we're focused on more that may be struggling? Absolutely. So it is a tiered. It doesn't need to sound like every teacher gets the same, everybody's going through the same number of coaching cycles, because quite frankly, our struggling teachers may go through 2 coaching cycles. High-performing teachers may only go through a coaching cycle every other year based on the size of the school.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask,
Yeah.
too. So what's the typical coach, how often do you do that coaching cycle with your
So in
teachers?
small school, if we're not in there, if we're not in a school, in a smaller school, typically, they could probably go through a coaching cycle with every teacher every year, and then other teachers, more coaching cycles, depending on how much they're struggling. In your non-focused schools, they're probably more on like an every other year, or maybe even some cases every 3-year rotation, just because they have one IC and they have that many staff members.
Okay, so if you're in a Title I focused school, you're getting, you have a cycle that's coming from your instructional coach in your school, but you're also getting coaching cycles from...
They wouldn't get, normally teachers are not, we're kind of doing a shared experience there, so one of the reasons every teacher in a focus school is able to get a coaching cycle is because we've got multiple coaches there. So it's not like the IC is giving a coaching cycle and then our team is coming in giving a coaching cycle to that same teacher. Typically when they walk in, they kind of look at a plan and decide, here's the teachers we want to coach 9 weeks. Dr. McDavid's coaches are going to work with these 4 teachers, and the instructional coach is going to work with these 4 teachers.
Okay.
So it's not multiple coaching cycles typically per teacher unless they're struggling.
Okay.
I think one of the, to kind of add a little bit to what Mr. McCoy said, I think it's real important for us to all realize, and I think a way to think about this is very similar to the multi-tiered systems of support we have for students. Some get this much support, and some get this much support based on need. So the same would be true for coaching of teachers. Some get some support and others get very intensive support. And to Mr. McCoy's point, everybody can benefit from coaching. Makes the best ones better, and it moves everybody up. But the focus, and particularly in these schools that are not performing well, is to concentrate the majority of our efforts there, and it's a coordinated concentration of efforts. It's not the school coach doing this, then the Title I coach doing this, then somebody from Mr. McCoy's office doing this. It's all put together in a package to ensure that the concentration of resources is placed where it's most needed to be put into effect. So it's a coordinated approach as opposed to one thing building on top of another without the people involved being aware of what's going on. So we need to make sure that we very carefully explain that so that everybody understands we're not duplicating efforts there, we're intensifying efforts. And one of the things that we struggle with, particularly, unfortunately, a lot of times in Title I schools, some of our least experienced teachers. And they're often the ones that are most benefited by additional coaching from experienced people. And you'll also recall, as one of the requirements of Title I, we still have to provide the same level of services from academics to those schools that we provide to all other schools, or we violate the supplanting requirements of Title I. So that's another reason to make sure we coordinate these efforts and are providing some general fund assistance in those schools in addition to the Title I concentrated assistance.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like it could be overwhelming depending on how many coaching cycles you have. So the common planning, well, I was watching that video and they were talking about specifics about what we're teaching and why we're teaching it. But in common planning, there's been a group of teachers that have agreed that they're going to teach in that way, right? So it's sort of the same exact conversation when you're coaching is going to happen with every teacher?
Well, it may. It depends on what they do in that PLC, because given sometimes, they may only meet once a week for a PLC. So it really depends on what they're discussing that week. If they only have 45 minutes and they've got to develop a common assessment or analyze a common assessment and come up with remediation intervention, that level of conversation around planning may not happen every single week because there are things they have to do within that PLC. So the coach, a lot of times, like Chapel, that coach a lot of times may be in the PLC as well. So she may be having that model that she was modeling there, and we use this in our Lead Academy really as a model. That conversation she was having with that teacher, yes, may in normal cases happen with 4 teachers or 5 teachers in a PLC.
In a group, okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't duplicate what they've already had conversations around.
Okay. So then the other question's about the data. You're showing changes from 17 to 18, but, is Dr. McCreary in the room? No, Dr.
He's
McCreary.
not here today.
Yeah, he's not in the room. So, what he tells us all the time is you can't look at year to year. You need to look at the longer time
the cohort
period. So, I guess I would have felt like it's important to know what happened in 15 and 16 so that we could see in any given year. You said it yourself.
Yep.
The number's going to go up and down. So just looking at the difference in this one year, if you're not looking at the trend, isn't necessarily that informative versus looking at a longer time period. So,
and we would have, it's always about trying to compare apples to apples. I think what would be a better comparison on that chart is, so I think a better comparison will be when we have all year 3s on those. I think then looking back at the 3 years would be a true picture of what has happened within the focus school process. Now we can add, and we have looked at it, we have the data adding the 3rd year to your point. It would just be that they would technically may have had a year where they were non-focus schools, so that work necessarily wouldn't be reflected in test scores at that school. But we certainly provide that to you. We have the 16, I think it's 16, 17. We have the 16, 17 data for those schools as well.
Okay. Well, I think the instructive part is more just if you've gone from year 1 to year 2, but your trend over 5 years has been kind of up and down anyway, then looking at year 1 to year 2 isn't really going to be, you might leave and then realize you got to come back next year because then they took a dip again. So I guess
and that's a good
I
point.
understand for the board you're showing us kind of difference from year to year, but I guess the question is, are you guys looking kind of longitudinal at, it popped up or it went down over more than just these 1 year cycles?
We look at, now that we have hopefully for a little while, a consistent test. We look at I think currently we have the 3-year trend, 16, 17, 18 that we've looked at, and we keep adding columns to that. So as long as that test stays the same, we will continue to add columns to that so we can actually look at 4, 5, 6, 7-year trends over time.
Okay.
3 years, I think, is where we are right now currently as far as how much we can go back as far as test score data with this current test.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Mr. Suddeth.
How long have we had this program?
The focus schools process?
Focus program.
So we've had this now 3 years. The first year we only did Lakeview, and then we added additional schools the second year.
Are all Title I schools automatically in this?
They're not automatically focus schools, no, sir. All Title I schools do get additional coaches in Title I, but they're not automatically focus schools.
On these particular focus schools, do we select specific teachers to get into that program?
No, when we go in there, we really work with the principal to identify, again, we hope that all teachers in a focus school will have a coaching cycle throughout the year. Some will have more. It's key to work with the administration to identify which teachers need more support, to Dr. Royce's point, and which teachers are higher performing and don't need as much support.
So it's no problem getting teachers for this program because it said it was a Title I school. My question is if we say I want you to teach in a Title I school, does that encourage or discourage teachers?
Well, the focus schools aren't only Title I, so...
Yeah, I know I think here we've got 7 that are and 7 that aren't.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, yes. 6 Title I.
If you had Greer, that would be 7, right?
Greer's not Title I, but yes.
All right. Do we pay those teachers more in these schools?
No, sir. They're paid on the same salary schedule.
All right. What is an incentive for a teacher to be in this program?
Well, they don't really opt into the program. They're in a school, and we choose a school based on a test score. So teachers don't opt into the focus school program or initiative.
Excuse me, Mr. Seth, do you mind speaking into your microphone? My hearing's
Explain the
not as
test
good as it used to
scores
be.
I'm
that
sorry.
we're using. Explain the test scores that we're using, with test scores for elementary, test scores for middle, test scores for high.
Yes, sir. All of that.
Is this just in math and in English?
We look primarily in math and English, but we do also consider science and social studies in that. For K2, we look at reading. So we're looking at our Fontes and Pinnell, well, K5 really, we're looking at our Fontes and Pinnell scores in reading as well. But we identify based on the state test score. So SC Ready, EOCs in high school.
So our state test scores are dictating which schools we feel like we have this problem at. So that's the way we identify them.
That's the primary way we identify, yes, because that is how we're identified by the state as far as a priority school or not at the state level.
Why would a school ask to be a part of this program?
Because the program is not, it's not meant to be a punitive program. It's actually meant to build the instructional leadership of the administrative team and that school up. So in Greer High's case, Mr. Ludley just wanted to take his instruction to the next level. He wanted to get his admin team all on the same page as instructional leaders. And so he asked to be a focus school because he felt like with that additional support, he could raise his test scores even further.
That's just going to be 1 year?
It'll just be 1 year for Greer High, yeah.
And what was his reason for wanting that program for 1 year? First, let me ask you, is it for math or for English?
At Greer High, we're working with all EOS, we're working with across the board, but it would be all subjects, math, science, social studies, language arts, and we have even foreign language support in there earlier this year.
What foreign language? Is that Spanish, French?
I believe we are working with Spanish there. I believe they have Spanish and French, I think, at Greer High. Is that for Spanish and French? Yeah, Spanish and French at Greer High.
I believe they have German, too.
They did have, yeah.
When I'm looking at, explain for me one more time the difference between a priority school and a focus school.
So the priority school is what the state identifies as a school that is identified as needing additional assistance. Focus school is a Greenville County schools only process. Those are schools we identify internally that need additional assistance. And our goal is really to identify schools to keep them out of the state priority system. That's what we want to keep.
So we're looking at the priority schools, the bottom 10%.
Yes, sir.
And then the comprehensive support and improvement schools, the bottom 5%.
Yes, sir. Title I, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Sedith. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell.
Thank you, Jeff, for this presentation. I'm a little confused on the coaching cycles. Is the coaching cycles only for the focus schools, or is it across the board for all schools in the district?
That's a good question. So all schools in the district, actually, that is our coaching model in Greenville County Schools now. So all instructional coaches are trained on the coaching cycle model. So regardless of what school you walk into and talk to instructional coach, she or he is probably doing coaching cycles with teachers at that school. At the focus schools, we're just able to do more intensely. We're able to get through more teachers because we're bringing in more coaches to do that. At Bell's Crossing, one instructional coach with 900 kids, Kelly might only be able to do a coaching cycle with a teacher every 3 years before she gets through all of her staff.
That's what I wanted to know about the coaching cycles. How often are they done? Are they done weekly, bi-weekly, monthly?
Yep. So it's a 6 to 8 week cycle that they do, and typically they would meet with the teacher for a pre-conference. They would go and observe the teacher, and then they would do a post-conference, and that would be within the week.
So that's within a week, every week for 6 weeks?
Yeah, that process up there would happen every week for 6 weeks.
Okay. On the progress monitoring on here, you only have K2. What's happening with 3 through 5?
So 3 through 5 we monitor with Fontes and Pinnell. So we still have those scores we monitor. They also, of course, have state assessments that give as well, and they do the T21 benchmarks. So 3 through 5 we're able to look at the benchmarks, state assessment, and the Fontes and Pinnell data.
So they don't do the coaching cycles for any 3 through 5?
They do as well, yes. They do as well, K through 5.
But the
K through
progress
12.
monitoring is only K through 2?
The progress monitoring for the FAST bridge that we do is K through 2 because we don't have state assessments for them. So we just use a different test to monitor for them. The progress monitoring, though, we do K through 12 with the T21 benchmarks, and in the elementary, the Fontes and Pinnell testing.
That's what I wanted to ask about the T21, program. Is that working real good? When will we receive some data or report on how this program is working since we brought it in?
We certainly can show you any of the reports, but what I would say is from last year, the first year we implemented T21, we had some of the highest test growth.
Have you done surveys with the teachers to see how it's going? What's the feedback on it?
The feedback from, it depends on what teachers you talk to. Of course, shining a light on instruction 3 times a year is difficult for some teachers. So that's changing over time as teachers are understanding that this is meant to tell you what kids are, not doing well at this point in time in October versus waiting until the end of the year and hoping they did well. Principals will tell you it's made huge differences in their schools because they can progress monitor now multiple times a year versus waiting until the end of the school year.
So I wanted to ask you about how they report it, how the teachers report it. Is it digital?
Yes.
Digital, and do they have to do that weekly? Is this more paperwork for them?
Now the T21 benchmarks only happen 3 times a year. And that is a report that they get that tells them which kids are projected proficient, which means these are the kids that are projected to be at the meets or exceeds level at the State Department, at the state test.
I thought they were doing something, it was for something ongoing weekly.
Well, now if they're...
The program was...
They have the opportunity to do that. We don't require the weekly tests in Mastery Connect. Many teachers do it in Mastery Connect because it grades automatically.
Right.
So it's easier for them to analyze the data if they do it in Mastery Connect, but we don't require that weekly in Mastery Connect.
So do you have data on how many are just using it the 3 times a year, or the ones that are using it constantly?
Yes.
To see how it's working?
Yes.
That's what I want to know.
Oh, we can certainly show the usage. We have one of the highest usage reports in the country as far as teachers using the weekly, let's say, weekly using the program, absolutely. And we have the usage reports.
Okay, I want to know if it's
Sure.
beneficial. Also, on your individual teacher coaching...
Without objection, we'll extend for 15 minutes. Thank you.
On your individual teacher coaching log that's on here, I'm looking at these numbers from the baseline data, the post-assessment data, and the unit assessment data. I wanted to know what is considered mastery, because I'm looking at the unit data and looking at the not met. What is considered mastery, and at what point do they have to reteach?
Yep.
When you're going through this?
So that's a good question. So the mastery would be considered meets or exceeds on the typical, at least from the state level, and what we would consider mastery as well. So what you're seeing here on the charts here is they are going back. They're probably doing small groups, individual with kids, and remediation, reteaching across the board. So just because that unit, quote unquote, is over, this is math. They are still cycling through and still remediating students on a whatever be weekly.
So do they go back and do another post assessment to make sure that, like, I'm looking at that 52% that's not met? Do they go back and give them post test again to make sure that they are mastering?
In most cases, yes, they would give some sort of post test. It may not be the exact same one they gave. If they're working individually with a child, they would give some sort of assessment to that child to make sure they master the content.
Okay.
Yes.
When I looked at this, I thought I would ask you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell. Ms. Morrison-Fair.
Thank you. Quite a few of my questions have been answered, but I heard the survey and I heard the comments from the teachers. My concern was, how do we make this look like that we're all in this together versus I'm in your room on an evaluation every so often, especially as a new teacher. I think someone mentioned that I would be nervous. So how do you bridge that gap so that teachers understand? And I think you said all schools will participate in that, and I know that would help. So how do you bridge that gap?
Yeah, so all the schools are trained in the coaching cycle piece, and so we've had to shift over the last 2 years. We've really had to shift what coaching is, because it used to be, in many cases, coaching was for the teachers who were struggling. We've really made that shift the last couple of years to say coaching is for every teacher. I was going to use a sports analogy, but I'm not going to do that. But it would be similar to, because we all know how I go there, right? I'll get myself in trouble. But similar to, again, what we actually opened the session with our principals was the sports analogy that, you know, we don't, the best player on Clemson's football team is still being coached. They may not be coached the same level as the lower performing Clemson football player, but they're still being coached in that area. And so we tried to, you know, explain that to teachers that really that's how we see coaching. No matter how high performing you are, all of us can get better at that. What I would say, though, to your original question, Ms. Morrison-Fair, is that I would say the first month or two we go in sometime, the Title I school is not an issue. They are so used to our coaches being in the schools, they treat them as one of their coaches. Matter of fact, we have to kind of realign sometimes because they want them there all the time. They want them there full time, and we can't provide them full time there. So they're like kind of part of the faculty at a Title I school. At a focus school, I would say it takes a month or so for the teachers to kind of feel like, so what's these district people coming in here for? You know, what are they're here to, you know, tell us what we're doing wrong and all that. It takes about 2 months for them to finally realize and kind of get into the whole swing of, okay, they're just here to help us. They're here to coach us, and they're here with us. But it takes building that relationship for a couple of months. And then again, you know, you walk in this time of year, a lot of times our coaches can't walk down the hall without somebody pulling them in the classroom and saying, can you just watch this lesson I'm doing today, see if this is what I'm supposed to be doing. So, I mean, after a couple months of building that relationship, they really do see them as a support. And the way we structure this is not punitive. We're not in there to tell them what they're doing wrong. We're in there to say, how can we help you meet your goals? And most teachers, we walk into classrooms, almost all teachers would say, unless they're getting 100% pass rate on the test, most teachers would say they have places to grow. And so we really approach it from that standpoint. But it's about building relationships for the first few months, and once we build those relationships, then we're good. But Title I's have a little bit more of an advantage because they have those coaches all the time, so they're just used to those people being in the schools.
Another question, do we have enough staff and resources to accomplish this?
So we have the focus school list that you saw here. We have, you know, this is what we feel like we can accomplish with the staff that we have as far as coaches go. The other piece, too, is, though, with this model that's fairly robust, is that, you know, the assistant superintendents have to play a key role in it. Dr. McDavid, myself, have to play a key role in it. So, you know, we also want to make sure we don't exceed the capacity of us being able to coach the administrative team, because that's what's key. For years, and many people remember that, you know, we used to go in and coach, but if the administrations aren't following up, that coaching can be a waste sometimes, because teachers may take it or not. With the administrators coming in regularly and observing and giving feedback, then the teachers realize on the areas they need to improve on, I got to do this. My administrator's watching. My administrators, they think this is important. So we've got to make sure capacity-wise we can support that. But the schools that you see listed up there is where we feel like we have the capacity to do. And like I said, now probably 3, maybe 4 of those schools next year will come off because they're making some good gains, and we'll pull 4 more schools on to substitute out.
Another way I think to look at that is, and sometimes, you know, because we've tried to give you a lot of information in this because we think it's extremely important, because these are our schools that are most in need of some assistance and most in need of improvement. But sometimes gets lost in that. Part of this process is building a local coaching staff, going back to Mr. McCoy's point, so that the principal, the assistant principals, and the instructional coach in that building become the coaching staff for the teaching staff in that building. That has been, I think, in years past, a little bit of a disconnect, so that's part of the training process. We have a sufficient number of coaches at the district level for us to work with the targeted schools. Now, we cannot meet the need. You see, and I think the point was made earlier, Greer High asked for some assistance. I believe there's some others that have asked, and we do not have the capacity to go in and provide this kind of intensive effort to others who have asked. Now, we may get to them over time, but we don't have that. And, again, part of that, we can't just use the Title I folks exclusively for Title I and not ever send the regular coaches there, because we get into a supplanting issue. But the idea is to build our capacity over the years so that the local administration is performing the coaching function, because that's an essential component of instructional leadership of the principal and the assistant principals. So hopefully at some point we would have, ideally these people would go away completely and coaching could be done by people at the building level, and we would not have schools in the situation where they need intensive coaching. The idea is ultimately to work these people out of a job so that the coaching can be done at the local school level.
Okay, thank you. That was my concern, if we needed more money in order to implement all of that, and it would seem that, we would need additional resources.
To meet the requested needs, yes. But then, of course, that then goes in line with all the other things that would be important to do to improve and to help schools and help teachers in their classroom.
Thank you so very much, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison-Fair. If there are no other questions, Mr. Suddeth.
Very quickly, Tanglewood improved test scores in all 4 areas, so that's why they're not on the list anymore.
They are being supported still, actually, by our coaches and by Dr. McDonald, still there quite frequently. So they're just not in a focus school official capacity, but our coaches are still there a lot.
Do they have to improve a certain percentage of test scores? Or when we say they have to improve, is there a numerical figure for that?
We don't have a numerical figure. We do, to Ms. Wells' point earlier, we do look at the trends over the last couple of years. We want to make sure they're trending up on that before we, to take them off the focus school list. I will say our Title I schools sometimes may come off of a list because they have additional support at that school already with Title I, and we're going to still continue checking in with them and all that. Versus our, non-Title I schools, we may feel like sometimes need another year because they don't have that coaching support.
Alexander did the highest in 3.
They had some of the highest growth, yes, sir.
So do we take them off, or do they have to make improvement in all 4 areas?
They don't have to make improvement in all 4 areas. We would not take Alexander off. They have a new principal coming in this year. So we try, if they've been a focus school in the past and they've got a new principal coming in, we typically will run that support at least 1 more year with the new principal just to help transition that new principal.
And lastly, why would Woodmont go that low in math from 1 year to the next?
Overall, we had a drop in math across the state, and then of course in Greenville County schools also we had a drop in math, and I believe most of our high schools dropped in math last year. I can't really explain why that is across the state. That would indicate if it drops across the state and across the county like that there's some testing alignment issues there. But we did put supports in place for Woodmont this year, Mr. Reimer and our team, to hopefully improve those scores.
Was the drop in math significant from our schools, or?
It was fairly significant in many of our schools, yeah. More significant than I would like it to have been. Don't want any drops at all, but yes.
Do we have any idea why that happened?
Dr. McCreary would say that given that they dropped across the state, that there are some testing issues as far as the questions on the test that year were not aligned maybe as tightly to standards as they should have been. Hopefully this year, this will be fixed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suddeth. Are there any further questions? Mr. Shamble.
Just quickly, I'm still a little bit curious on the results page on slide 26. Why? And there may be good explanations for that. But some of these schools seem to have made practically no process over the last year on progress. And I realize that there are spikes and valleys that go along, but this is the 3rd year so far we're reporting on. And I'm just curious, I would have expected all of the schools to have made at least some progress considering we're in the third year of this program here?
Well, we're not in the third year. The only school that's in the third year is Lakeview. That's the only school that's in their third year.
So the rest of these are in their first year?
First or second year, yes.
Okay. Well, I guess this question would sort of be the same. I mean, do we take a look at why it is that Woodmont High has dropped so far in math, and even Bryson Middle has only increased by a percentage? What is our I don't want to say explanation, but what is our analysis of how that is happening? Is it?
So what I would say Woodmont is, we had change in leadership in Woodmont as well. So we realigned a lot of our instructional practices at Woodmont. We put some heavy support administratively, instructional administrative support down there. So I fully believe that you will see that change next year because of the support. We work with Woodmont. We sometimes in schools when we go in, it takes a little longer than a year to initially start getting some growth in those years. Research would say overall 3 to 5 years to truly get significant results in a school as far as changing culture and changing instructional practice. So you're right. From some years we have different growth. If you look over at, like, for example, some of those schools, it's hard sometimes. Remember, in elementary school, they are self-contained teachers, so they are teaching all 4 subjects. So when we go into a school, a lot of times it might be math scores at 4th grade are low, so we're working with 4th grade on math, and maybe we're working on 5th grade in ELA. It's hard sometimes to focus on both math and ELA with the same teacher in elementary, for example. Mm-hmm. So some of that you may see more gains in one content than the other.
And any school that goes into this program, I assume that we're coaching all of the teachers, or are they selected teachers?
All core content for sure. We do try to get to even the related arts for coaching cycles, but our focus is on the core content, tested grades.
And roughly, if you're a teacher being coached, roughly how much time goes into the coaching process? Let's say per week. I know you may have 2 or 3 meetings, or 1 meeting, or whatever, and that would include, I would say, probably preparation time for these meetings. It would be beyond what the teacher was normally doing.
Well, so for the preparation for the meeting, there's really not prep time necessarily for the teacher, because the teacher's really just doing what he or she normally does. Right. For the coach, there is as you saw with the logs, there is a significant amount of time and work for them on how they fill out the logs and make sure they're coaching appropriately. For the teacher, though, they may spend the pre-conference can be 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. The post-conference might be 20, 30 minutes, depending upon how the lesson went. And then the observation, of course, again, the teacher's she's just teaching a lesson. The coach is just observing.
Yeah. And that pre- and post-conferences, are those for every class, every day, or for the week? Or
it would just be one pre-conference a week, one post-conference a week.
Okay.
Now, certainly the teacher may want to confer with the coach more often, and we certainly make availability to that. Some teachers need a little bit more assistance, and if they're in a modified coaching cycle where we're actually teaching alongside the coach, teaching alongside the teacher, then obviously that's a little bit more intensive, but that would mean the teacher's struggling to make it.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chamblee. If there are no further speakers, that concludes the instruction portion of today's meeting. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Thank you, Jeff, for your presentation.
Sorry.
The next item of business in order is the administration portion of today's agenda, which will be chaired by Mrs. Wells. Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. The first item on the administrative portion of the agenda is item 3.01, revision of policy IDDF, instructional program, students with disabilities. We have a recommended motion from the administration to approve the revision of board policy IDDF. Do I have a maker to put the motion on the floor?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Grayson.
I make a motion to approve the revision of board policy IDDF as presented.
Thank you. Got a motion and a second. So, Dr. Royster or Mr. Webb, would one of you like to talk us through the changes to this board policy?
There are really reflective of the adaptation of the employability credential. Mr. Webb may want to summarize that briefly.
Sure. What we have looked at, and with the passing of the employability credential law and regulation, we thought it was important for us to present to the board language to be added into the main policy as it pertains to students with disabilities. So what we've done is added a section to that policy, really bringing out the main themes, the main concepts of the current law regulation, and included in this proposed revision. Obviously, it focuses on the need, the requirement for our IEP teams to look at each individual student to assess whether their employability credentials will be appropriate for that student, look at data and evidence and performance in making that decision. Obviously, the goal of the employability credential is to have that path for that student to be successful and to have the opportunity for gainful employment down the road. Also, this revision talks about annual notice being given to parents. So those are the main themes that we brought into this policy. Additional language will be incorporated into an administrative rule that's more specific to the credential itself. But for the policy, we thought this was a good section to add for IDDF.
Okay. Are there any questions on the policy change? Mr. Sudduth.
Mr. Webb, explain to me a little bit more about the employability credential.
Yes, sir. And I have Ms. Hogan here, as she normally is, and she's certainly encouraged to participate in this discussion.
Nah, you can do it. You can go ahead.
But I will give you a brief overview from the attorney perspective on this. The employability credential was added statewide for students who a IEP team determines that the high school diploma would not necessarily be appropriate for their education. So instead, they have sort of a different route to receive an employability credential that can be used to market them, to obtain gainful employment down the road. But a team, an IEP team, it's an IEP team decision. With that student's parents, the school, educators that are familiar with that student, looking at that student's performance and saying, all right, look, possibly a high school diploma is not appropriate for you, but this employability credential will be in your best interest and appropriate for you for your education. And so that is the path for that employability.
So they're saying that the IEP team is saying they can't get a diploma?
That and possibly, and that the employability credential is the best path, the best end result for that student here in our schools. Correct.
Is that for trainable, emotional? What particular categories of special needs are we talking about?
It would apply across the board for all categories of students with disabilities. And
Mr.
really
Webb, she's ready to weigh in. If she's looking back that direction.
This will be my last comment before I turn it over to Ms. Hogan. But it's not for a specific category of student for a disability. It depends on that student's disabilities, needs, ability to make progress, and really how that student can perform in school and as a career as well. So it's really individual focus specific for that student. But I will now turn it over to Ms. Hogan.
Mr. Sudduth, I appreciate the question about the disability category, and we talked a long time about that at the State Department to determine if we wanted to have a specific category, but we did not choose a specific category because kids could be performing at different levels in different categories. But you specifically mentioned trainably mentally impaired. Those would be some of our more severe cognitively impaired students. And they typically would not be employability students. They may be attendance certificate. It would be by their performance. We still would have attendance certificate. The employability does have 24 credits. It is just 24 different credits than for the standard diploma. So for those not capable of possibly, say, doing like algebra, they would have a different math course, and they would still be able to obtain something to show what they've done in their time here with us, and we would really focus on the employability, the career pathway for them versus the college pathway. Does that help?
So are we saying that the trainable, they can't get a high school diploma?
No, sir. Well, no, sir, I can't say across the board that a student with any disability category cannot get a diploma. Each IEP team would determine that. But students that are in that category you're referring to, which would be what we call now the moderately severe students, intellectually disabled students, typically do not get a state standard diploma. But they may be eligible to get a state attendance certificate or the state employability credential. It would depend on the individual student and what they could do.
Well, I'm trying to determine, the IEP team determines whether you can get a diploma or a certificate or an attendance report or whatever?
Yes, sir. It cannot happen until the IEP team would have a meeting as a student is entering the 9th grade. That's the first time that they would talk about what will happen after high school, in the sense of which diploma, which credential, what piece of paper they would get when they receive that. If a student is looking like their data and their test scores and their progress can obtain a standard state diploma, that's certainly what we want, and they would stay on a diploma track. If at some point they are not successful in that way, we would try to find a way for them to be successful, so we would then switch them to the employability track. That can't happen before their freshman year. But if their scores are not showing that they're capable of passing some of those courses that we know are required on the state standard diploma, we would then give them this option. But the parents are part of that team, just like they are every year. But we're charged at giving them an option. And prior to this would have been called the occupational credential here in Greenville County that we've had for the last 20-some years. It's beefed up a little bit with employability, but it's very similar to what we've been doing in the past 20 years, okay?
Okay, to make sure I understand, if we have some of our lower students, in other words, those that are in the trainable area, we can't find an occupation for them?
Well, that's two different questions, okay? Because the employability credential has criteria. If they can obtain the 24 credits in the employability credential and they can be competitively employed, that's the language in the regulation, and we give them 360 hours that they can work independently, yes, they can get an employability credential. If they can't obtain that, we're certainly looking at them being employable at some way, but they may not automatically get the employability credential. They have to achieve that. We want that to be rigorous and be something that when we give employers, they know exactly the quality of the student that they are getting. We are certainly training all of our students to be employable, but that doesn't mean they will all be able to receive the employability credential.
But we do have a number of students that cannot get an employability credential.
It would be less than 1% of the students.
So what do we do with those? I'm asking as far as finding a place for them in society.
Absolutely.
And having a job or an opportunity to go and be a part of program.
And Mr. Sudduth, I can see Joe Urban out of the corner of my eye, so I'm going to use the FANS program as an example. We have students currently who are working in our school kitchens, who are working with our FANS program to gain skills. But we know that the culinary skills that's a wide range, right? Someone might be wrapping silverware. Okay, that's a very low performing skill, right? And someone may be just simply scooping food. And then you've got all the way up to cutting and chopping and extensive things that you can do in the kitchen. That whole continuum, we can offer training. And some of our students who are not capable of doing the food prep and the meal planning and the cash register and all the things that we do back in the kitchen still could possibly have a job. It would just be a different type of job. So they may not get the employability credential, but we would be training them. We're always required to train students for that next step. So that's something that IEP team looks at individually with each student and what their skill sets are, but also what their interests are.
Could they be in a career center program?
Yes, sir, if that's their particular interest, if we have a program for them, we certainly look at that, and we've worked with them over the years to do that. They can't always receive the credential, but there are certainly things that we can do. That's an option on the table for every student to be considered.
Could they be a welder? Could they be a plumber?
Well, it would depend on the individual student, and that would be considered. The team knows what their skill sets are with the parent. They would talk about their interests and what their skill sets are and continue to look at that data. If they can do it, Mr. Sudduth, we're going to encourage it. We want them to be at their highest performing level that they can.
When we had the occupational diploma, these students went out in the community and they performed, I guess, they worked at jobs, but they weren't very highly skilled jobs. So I just wonder, do we still have that, or are we simply saying, no, we can provide more for them?
We do absolutely still have that. We have work-based learning opportunities. We have transition specialists that work out of the special education department to help each of the schools find those options, and we have students doing that every day. But they have to get the employability credential, they have to reach a certain criteria. And remember when I said competitive wage? A competitive wage would mean that you could pay for your household living and live independently. So we have that, but we also have people who would be able to do some of the lower performing skills that you're talking about, but they may not be able to get a livable wage. But they would still be, contributing to society and would be able to get income.
Do we decide this in the 9th grade?
That is the first time that we can take a look at it as they're entering the 9th grade. Yes, sir.
Do we have a program in every high school for
Yes,
this?
sir. Yes, sir.
And the certification of the teacher is what?
The special education teachers?
This year, is special EH or TMH or whatever?
It would be a variety. On their students' caseload, they have to have the majority of whatever the disability category is for their particular student.
Okay. Thank you so much for your information.
Thank you, Mr. Sudduth. Is there anyone else that has any questions? Okay, I'm going to extend for 5 minutes because I have a couple myself without objection. So you mentioned that we have to make the decision. We make the decision, and I think Ms. Hogan, you said we don't make the decision until after the 9th grade year.
As they're entering the 9th grade, that's the first time you can look at it.
Okay, so we don't have any mention of timing for making the decision in this policy, which means you could make the decision in middle school, which is not so.
No, it's in state regulation,
Okay,
and it will be in an administrative rule as well.
Okay, okay. And then should we specifically, to the point of the discussion that with the questions Mr. Sudduth was asking, should we specifically list this as a state employability credential? Because it's a state, it's something that we're offering, but we have to follow the state guidelines. So I guess it's just a question versus before we had our occupational diploma. And I can't remember, I didn't think to go back and look in the instructional policy in the part where we talk about adult ed, or graduation requirements where we mention it. So
I'm not opposed with tweaking the section title of this that's underlined and bolded to state employability credential.
Okay.
If that would alleviate any concerns.
And I guess then my last question is related to, again, to Mr. Sudduth's line of questioning. Should we, in this policy, differentiate, since we're saying students with disabilities may be eligible for the employability credential, and here's what that looks like, should we also spell out additional employability training that we provide to students that aren't eligible for the employability credential? So if we're going to put this in the policy, should we also put in the policy the additional training that's provided just from a special education services standpoint? Dr. Royster, you're coming up to the microphone. Do you have an opinion about that?
I think that would be a good addition, provided it's a non-specific. In other words, you don't identify the training, because that would evolve over time and require a policy change. I'm sure Doug can provide some wording for that, but I think that would be a good addition.
And just so you know, we have language in every IEP that requires transition services, that we talk about transition from 14 on, that we have to do that annually, so it's covered there as well. So that would be an easy fit.
Okay. And so I guess from a consistency standpoint, if we're going to talk about what we're providing to certain students with disabilities, should we also mention the other portion of it?
A lot of this is detailed, obviously, in IDEA, federal law, but also in an employability credential. And I had intended to put a good amount of detail in the administrative rule, but there is certainly no harm in putting a couple sentences, as Dr. Royster mentioned.
So I guess our options are we can if the will of the rest of the board is to go ahead and approve the policy, then that would be something that you could bring back in 2 weeks with some adjustments.
Correct.
Just so we keep this
Correct.
moving.
Yeah.
So I'm
To
asking,
bring it back for you to offer as an amendment, that might require an amendment as opposed to just clarifying language.
or we can,
Yeah, what we could do is bring it back in 2 weeks, pass it, and then amend it at the board meeting. And I would, in the meantime, draft language to resolve any concerns.
okay, so I will be willing to support the policy change, leaving Cal and going to the board based on that personally. Okay. Okay, so are there any other questions or comments? Okay. No, no, the motion's on the floor to approve the policy, and I'm just saying, personally, I think that policy's missing a couple of pieces, but I'm going to vote for it to move out of the committee of the whole so that it can come to the board meeting and suggest an amendment at that point.
And the administration is receptive to those amendments, and we'll work in the meantime on those amendments.
Awesome. Okay, so if there are no further questions, the motion on the floor is to approve the revision of Board Policy IDDF. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Moving on, we have item 3.02, revision of policy EEA, free food service. We have a recommended motion from the administration to approve the revision of board policy EEA. Do I have a maker?
Yes, Madam Chair. I recommend to approve the revision of board policy EEA.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Dr. Royster or Mr. Webb, do you want to have?
You know, Doug may want to talk about the details, but this simply brings us in alignment with the federal requirements. Actually moves the language in the policy to a little more current wording. Mr. Webb?
That's correct. It updates it from 1989. This is the last time this policy was updated. And the policy contained some percentage requirements that are outdated. So what we have done is we have revised it, proposed revisions, really update the policy. Really focuses on a few things. One is the idea that schools take all precautions necessary to make sure there's no discrimination, harassment, over-identification of students who will be eligible for free and reduced lunches and meals, and make sure that any social stigma that's attached to that is limited to the extent possible. Also, it details, which I think is very important, the idea that district officials, administrators, school administrators can complete an application on behalf of students if necessary, and to make sure those students receive those necessary meals. And lastly, in the policy, the big change here is we have a notification of where complaints should go regarding fans and food service in general, and free and reduced lunch issues. Obviously, we would love for those, and we don't get many, but when we do, we're very responsive. We love for those issues to be first addressed at the school level, working with fans, and then if those can't be resolved, then in accordance with regulation, we have put in the email address and mailing address to the governmental agency that receives complaints regarding food service. So with that, I'll answer any questions. I also see Mr. Urban in the corner of my eyes as well, and he's here to help address any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Webb and Dr. Royster. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Urban has not moved to a microphone, so I'll continue to ask the questions to you, Mr. Webb. The first question I have is, so am I to understand that this is to, the purpose of this policy change is so that we have policy in place to make us compliant with federal law? Or is this policy necessary for us to be compliant with federal law?
Well, I certainly think it's a best practice to have a policy that is consistent with federal law. Now, we've been complying with federal law. We have a very strong, robust, and professional food service program, but I think this policy brings us up to date and is consistent with federal law and regulation and rules.
Okay. The second question I have is, there in the old policy, number 2, had the school district agrees to permit no physical segregation or any discrimination against any child because of the inability to pay full price. And I see that language has kind of been rewritten to say the school will make every effort to eliminate any social stigma. And I just want to make sure that we're reading those as saying the same thing, that we still are taking a position that we are not going to separate children because of their inability to pay a full price. Is that?
That's 100%. We are forbidden from doing so.
110%. I'll even add 10%.
115.
Yes. It's like an auction here.
I was
120. How about 130?
You had me at 100, but we can keep going. And then the last question is this idea that the district will complete forms on behalf of parents. So, can we talk about that? So do we have a problem right now with families not filling out the forms, and so we need a policy that allows us to do it in place of them doing it?
Federal regulations allow for that to happen, and on any given year we may have one or two situations where a family refuses to fill out an application, and kids may be denied meals because of that. And the administration may know of some circumstance which would require them to be eligible for free reduced meals. Mm-hmm. In those situations, federal regulations allow for any district official to complete an application on behalf of those parents. So maybe once or twice a year that'll happen.
Okay. I know in the past, some families' hesitation was because they were fearful of their child being discriminated against. Now that we have the kids going through the system, every kid goes to the same line, there's not that awareness of what a child is paying or full rate. So I just want to make sure that if we're choosing to do that on behalf of a parent that's decided not to, that we can still assure that family that child is not going to be singled out in any way because we've done something on their behalf.
110%, we can assure that.
Okay. Thank you. Happy Cinnamon Roll Day to you, Mr. Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell?
I had the same question about putting that in policy because it wasn't in here before about filling out the form for these parents, the school district taking that responsibility. You said that it is in federal law because I'm not.
Yes, ma'am, it is. So we've had that ability for quite some time, but I thought it was important to put that in there for us to take that affirmative stance to make sure those
Okay.
kids receive the meals that they should be receiving.
Okay, I was just wanting to make sure that it is in federal law and that
Yes.
we're just not putting something in.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell. Mr. Sutta?
I was interested in, we want to eliminate any social stigma attached to eligibility. We want to prevent any discrimination or unnecessary identification for a student who is eligible for a free or reduced meal. How do we identify those students?
At the cash register, they are identified through a code system, so the cashier will know based on its code 1, 2, or 3 if they're free, reduced, or paid. So nobody else could understand or know what that status would be. So when they come through the service line, they look like any other student. The meal is the same. They are not asked any different questions. They're provided the same service. There's just nobody knows except for the cashier.
How does the cashier know that?
The system is programmed, so it's programmed to know the status of the student. So
is it on your name tag?
it's embedded into the name itself. So when the barcode gets scanned, I think Dr. Russell wants to say, when the barcode gets scanned, the system understands it because it pulls it from Power School and it knows what to charge for that kid.
It reads the card just like your card reads the door back here and lets you in the door. It reads that chip embedded in your card. And it tells the system something, but it doesn't tell anybody else anything.
What's embedded in my card?
The fact that you watched a Fred Astaire movie
you cannot
last night.
use that to go get lunch somewhere.
Oh, you can't?
Because I felt like that was probably the next question.
Well, that was the worst. I was looking here at the old policy, and it was talking about a school in which 40% of the students qualify shall offer a daily breakfast. Explain the breakfast portion of this. Do all schools have to have a breakfast portion, or do they offer it? I'm trying to look at those that are on free or reduced lunch. It says here in our old policy that at least 40% of the students qualify. Then if 40% more qualify, then we have to offer a breakfast for them. Is that no longer so?
Okay.
Or do we have breakfast in all schools?
We have breakfast in all schools, and as Mr. Webb was mentioning before, this language was written in 1989 when the rules were a little different. And back then, South Carolina, you did not have to offer breakfast unless you had a certain free or reduced percentage. Currently, all schools have to offer breakfast in South Carolina. So we offer breakfast and free of charge to all students in Greenville County every single day.
So there's nothing that the building principal has to determine.
No, it's automatic.
The old policy said if you had less than 40%, then the principal would determine whether you're going to offer breakfast or not.
Correct. That was
That's
based.
no longer the case. The new policy takes care of that and says that everyone has breakfast. We have breakfast programs at all of our elementary, middle, and high schools.
Yeah, that's current South Carolina law.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Anyone else? I have one question. The purpose of the food program, was that in federal law? Is that where those 3 bullets came from?
I actually stole that to some degree from a model policy and we tweaked it with working with Mr. Urban and Mr. Knotts and other administrators. So that's where that originated.
Okay.
But those concepts are in federal law, to answer your question. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess to be more pointed with what Mr. Lewis asked, so we do need to have, I guess my question is, if we have federal regs that tell us how to do all this stuff, do we need a policy that tells us how to do this stuff that we have to then update to align with the regs that we're following?
Well, how I have drafted this policy, it's broad enough but specific enough that I hope in the future, even if some regulations are changed, that we won't have to go back and change this policy, unlike how it was drafted in 1989. There are a lot of policies that mirror federal law or consistent with federal law, anything from sexual harassment to an employability credential in state law as well. Okay. So,
well, this is certainly more readily accessible to our
That's
citizens than trying to find federal law around
Sure.
that. So, okay, great. Any other questions? Hearing none, the motion on the floor, if I can find it. Ms. Call-out. I just closed out my board docs. So, the motion on the floor is to approve the revision of board policy EEA. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. I'm going to move on to item 3.03, waiver of policy BBBA for the purposes of making changes to the board's self-evaluation instrument. Ms. Morrison-Fair, would you like to address this?
Well, I appreciate the opportunity for having been put on this committee by Mr. Sellers. And the committee has not had a chance to really review. I have been out of the country, and so we are asking that we waive that policy in order to make the policy says that to waive the board policy BBBA to enable the board's annual self-evaluation to take place after March the 15th of the 2018-19 school year. So I'm asking that we waive that policy in order to be in align with our committee.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so Ms. Morrison-Fair, this isn't a motion from your committee. This is a motion just because of where you guys are. Okay. So I have a motion. Sorry, my board doc's closed out on me. A motion to waive board policy BBBA to enable the board's annual self-evaluation to take place after March 15th of the 2018-19 school year. I have a second. Questions, Mr. Sudduth?
Is this just for the 1 year, 2018-19, that we're applying this?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, and is the idea is that, Ms. Morrison-Fair, once you're going to work for a couple of months and come up with a new evaluation, and at that point we would complete the self-evaluation? So we're not going to skip a year, you're just wanting us to postpone?
Yes, just postpone it.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Hearing? No? Mr. Sailors, did you have it? Okay.
No, I was just asking something.
Okay. So no other discussion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. The item 3.04, revision to superintendent's evaluation instrument. We have a recommended. Okay, well, this I thought this was coming from the committee, but I guess we do. Okay, so
It should say from the ad hoc committee, you're correct.
okay, so what help me out a little bit if somebody knows something different. I have this is for information and discussion only. Is that right? Okay, all right. I thought there was going to be a motion. So, Ms. Grayson?
Madam Chairman, excuse me a minute. Nancy, we've got on here recommended motion from the administration, which is not correct. Is this an action item? Did you list this as an action item or information?
No, it's an information item, sir. Sorry about the,
Okay.
that it had administration.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then Ms. Grayson, as the chairman of the superintendent's evaluation ad hoc committee, would you like to lead the discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So this committee was charged with looking at the superintendent's evaluation instrument, the rubric that we had last year in light of the new 5-year strategic plan, because there were some changes in the plan that would affect the way we evaluated the superintendent. So I think the easiest way to go through this is to, Nancy printed out the this blueprint, and it should be at your desk. If you look at page 12, what the committee did was look at the old goals and compare it to the new goals, which is on that page. Some of them were very similar, some of them aren't. Everybody got it?
Yep.
Okay, so the old goals are on the left, new goals are on the right. And what we did was we then basically used this blueprint to make indicators for the evaluation. So goal 1 is on page 16. And we just lifted that language from the goal, put it in the superintendent evaluation. You know, last year we had ratings on every single indicator. We had a goal that was cumbersome, then we had indicators, and you rated every single indicator. And what the committee decided was that really there's 5 goals in the plan, plus goal 6, which is the tone from the top, which we kept in there from last year. And we just took the goals from the strategic ed plan, reformulated those same 5 goals, and then put the indicators from this document in place of the indicators in the old rubric, if that makes sense. So 1.1 is now the first bit of, it's the same thing as what's on page 12, except we had to tweak it somewhat because this is a 5-year plan and we evaluate the superintendent every year. So once we got the framework, we went in and had to tweak it where, you know, some of the language is moving towards or showing growth or subject to budgetary considerations, because, you know, some of the goals that we put in the strategic education plan, like, for example, reducing class size to 15:1 by 2027, we've got to make some decisions as a board to fund those kind of goals before we can evaluate the superintendent on it. So, do y'all want me to go through each change that we made? I mean, how do you want to do this? I don't know who's looked at it on board docs. I don't know. I mean, I can go through this line by line if we need to. But basically, what the reason we brought this to the CAL was there's some fundamental changes. You know, we in addition to not rating every single indicator, but just having an overall rating for each of the 6 goals, and then using the strategic ed plan to guide that rating. Okay, that's the first major change. We also had to change, excuse me, it's been a long night. We also had to change the date because we changed the date of the superintendent evaluation. So the policy that when we changed the superintendent evaluation date from April to November, we also changed the date for making changes to the rubric to January of 2000, of whatever year that we're evaluating them on. So we had to change the instructions a little bit. And we're going to have, like we just did with the board evaluation, we're going to have to waive that policy. If we wanted to use this in this year in November, we're also going to have to waive our policy saying changes have to be made by January 30. And so what I would like to do is have a discussion, see if we're on the same page. You know, my understanding was we had 2 objectives: to simplify it and to align it with the current 5-year plan. And that's kind of the method that we went through to get there. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Ms. Goodman-Call, you had questions, but do you want me to wait and let somebody else go first, or are you ready to ask your question? Okay. Mr. Sailors.
Just as a point of clarification.
Can you speak in your microphone?
When does the committee plan on having the document that we would use prepared? Do you have any idea?
Well, I mean, it's on board docs.
But
and that's the document that we would bring to the board.
Let me say a little differently then. So then once you're asking for our input on the final document, this being the backup material, the final document you want our input on, and then you would bring an adjusted, completed, whatever you want to call it, rubric tool to the board for approval.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Shamlin? Can you speak in your microphone? I'm sorry, I can't hear very well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a 5-year plan, and every year we review based on progress or lack of progress. It seems possible that we could say, yes, there's been progress this year without establishing how much objectively has been made. And then at the end of the 5-year plan, we find that we have not made enough progress to meet that plan. So it seems to me, and it may be in there, I just haven't been able to look at it yet, that it would make sense to have some level of progress that is identifiable by some metric. And I know that a lot of the objectives for any person are subjective in nature, you know, whatever it might be, you know, management style, complaints from teachers or compliments or whatever. But at the same time, I think there should be some metrics to identify overall progress and put it in context with the 5-year plan, since that's what we're looking at. Is that something that is built into this?
So I'll let Ms. Grayson, you want to address that question, Mr. Shamlin?
Are you? Yes. I mean, the metrics are when the superintendent fills out his annual report, he will have evidence of progress of each of these indicators. And then we can then use those indicators to evaluate subjectively and objectively whether we're moving forward in the right direction, whether we're moving forward enough.
I guess my question is, does he know how much he needs to make to get a positive evaluation at the end of the year? If we're just saying, you know, we have a goal at the end of 5 years, and we'll look at your report as to how much progress you've made. How does he know how much progress he needs to make to get a positive or a negative or a neutral?
Yeah, so you're...
Well, I mean, it's hard for me to answer that without looking at a specific goal. But for example, the first one is achieve an average cumulative final academic rank in the top 10 among all South Carolina districts in areas of statewide assessments. I mean, either you do or you don't, right? And so, if you go through each of these, yes, you're right. And some of the goals are much more subjective than others. I mean, my responsibility is looking at goal 3, which is now caring culture and environment. And it's very hard to come up with objective data for that. That, by nature, is going to have to be, based on surveys and we can't put a number on that.
Right.
And that's one of the problems inherent in evaluating the superintendent with 12 people, because you are going to have different opinions. And, what is substantial progress to me may not be substantial progress to you.
Right. And that's why I'm saying it'd be nice if there was somebody to say, okay, you've met this bar, whatever it is, and I think it would need to be established in conjunction with the superintendent. That would say, look, I'm going to make, if we've got a top 10% target by the end of 5 years, well, at the end of the first year, maybe we ought to be at 2 or 1 or whatever, so that we're making whatever progress is necessary to get there, but we don't have to wait till 5 years to find out whether or not we made it. That's kind of the question I've got.
Okay. Well, I might ask the superintendent to weigh in on this, because he did.
Right.
I mean, this was
Yeah.
not done in a vacuum. He was a part of the committee as well.
I guess there was some significant discussion around that, and there were a couple of issues with it. One, your goals in your strategic plan, many of them are a 5-year goal. In other words, to be here by this time. Some of which have intermediate benchmarks. Now, many of those, and we had a very significant discussion about this at the board level when we presented the 5-year strategic plan. And we went back and the administration agreed to move goals in a number of areas, for lack of a better term, to aspirational goals. In other words, they would be a real stretch to reach. So we did that. That's one issue. The other is many of the goals require funding. And I can tell you right now, there's not enough money to fund all of them simultaneously.
Right.
There's just not
No
enough.
question, yeah.
So then that would affect the evaluation of the superintendent, obviously affect my evaluation in an area over which I have no control.
Sure.
So when you talk about putting numbers on there, I don't have a problem with numbers, but the issue I have is what the numbers might be, and those numbers that fall outside my realm of control to carry out some of the strategic plan. Because again, the plan was designed to be aspirational in nature, not something easily attained. And in fact, I think in every section on student achievement, we went back and increased the goals in every area based on that theory and that framework.
Thank you, Dr. Roster. And just to dovetail on that a little bit, I think that the percentages are going to come out in the evaluation itself. There's a section in below each goal for comments. And so when the superintendent submits his report, he will have whatever evidence that he has of wherever he is in that year. And then each board member can go back, they can look at the strategic ed plan blueprint. They can also go back to the 160-page document that Ms. Brinkman put together and pull out evidence.
Yeah.
But we can't put in, I mean, this instrument is going to have to be tweaked every year, and
Sure.
it may not work, but it has to be broad enough so that we don't have to change it every year. You know, what we had previously, have you been on the board since we did this? What we had previously was a really detailed document. In other words, and it was duplicative. And basically, the committee's thinking was, we have to stay broad enough not to have to change it every year, and to allow what is essentially a subjective evaluation to include objective data as a process, as an ongoing movement. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I recognize that obviously evaluations of, we've all lived them, I've lived them 30 years, and they've tried this way and that way and the other, and they're never a perfect process. But I was, comfortable with when I was told, here are your top 5 objectives, and this is what, they are. If you meet them, then you get a whatever score. And if you don't, then we need to have some explanation. And like Dr. Royster said, if the resources aren't there, we cannot hold him responsible for something that we don't give him the resources to do. But I do think that I would hate for us to be sort of in a fog at the end of the year with respect to, did we really make significant progress? Did we make any progress? And if we didn't make progress, was there a reason for it which might, negate a negative assessment on that particular objective? But I think it's important when we start the year that we have objectives that we have worked out with the superintendent, and we've gotten his input, and we all agree to them, not just the board, but the superintendent as well, so that we don't put him in a box at the end of the year where X percent of success in one of these objectives we think wasn't enough, but he does, and vice versa. So that's kind of my concern always, and I always required my bosses, if you want me to do it, tell me what constitutes objectively, what constitutes succeeding with this particular objective. And when they did that, I couldn't make any complaints at the end of the year. So that's not my only concern with the process.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. I'm going to move on, get some feedback from some other folks. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell.
Yes, Joy.
Address the board.
Addressing the board. Thank you, Ms. Wells. I have some questions about, I don't think that we have any specific, we have goals as part of the strategic plan that have different percentages on different goals, but in what you gave us, I don't see anything about any benchmarks or any percentages. Like in the schools, we have a growth model. I mean, you can be aspirational and say, okay, we want him to get 10%, but if he gets 4% of it, you still get credit for that because it's a growth model. You're not still staying stagnant at a 0% because you made progress. And I don't see that in this new evaluation that you have. I didn't see any specific measurable goals. And I know we had spoke before, maybe a couple of years ago, about the superintendent having benchmarks where we can see if he is progressing toward that goal, and if not, what do we need to change in order for him to get to that goal. I did not see this in what you presented. And I wanted to ask, I looked at the strategic plan and I saw specifics, and I also have a question about the reduced class size, because I see 2027 in here, and I thought it was 2022 or 2023, and it was so much per year. But in this new one, you have 2027. I don't know where that came from.
It should be 2026.
Okay,
Yeah.
I wanted to ask that, but I don't see anything specific in here, and I'm with Mr. Chambliss. We need to have a percentage or a number in there to see if he is progressing toward that goal. What can we evaluate him on?
Okay. Ms. Grayson, would you like to? I think this is, to your point, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell, you're echoing the same sentiment that Mr. Chambliss had. So, Mr. Grayson, I don't know if you have anything else to offer at this point, or if it's just you're taking the input. Okay. So then we'll just, are there any other specific points on the tool that you want the committee to consider?
No.
Okay, awesome.
I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Suddeth and then Ms. Morrison-Fair.
Yes. For Ms. Grayson, I was not very helpful on this committee, so I'm not sure that my name should remain on it. I was involved with our graduation policy, and so I didn't involve, but I did look over this evaluation estimate very carefully, and I really like that we've changed it to highly effective, and did away with this ineffective. And we always, when you're talking about superintendent goals, we're always talking about, is it measurable, is it observable? And when you look through these things, the only thing I was looking at, we had 3.6 on the caring culture and environment. We had decreased the percentage of students who report feeling afraid, lonely, or angry while at school. And I was interested how we would measure that. Other than that, then to me it's a very effective and fine document. If the superintendent's happy with it, I'm happy with it. I know it's a lot more simpler than what we did have. And it would require a great deal less work on the superintendent and on the committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. South. Ms. Grayson, do you have anything on the item that he mentioned?
Well, I had the same thoughts with the whole of Goal 3. I mean, that is by nature very subjective, and it's very different from the old goal, which was a learning environment. It was more academically focused. Goal 3 is very touchy-feely. So, I don't know the answer to that. We're going to have to see, what evidence is presented, and we may ultimately decide to take that out. But it was in the ed plan, and it's in the blueprint, and so it's in the evaluation. And, I didn't want to pick and choose which indicators for which goal, because some of them you can reduce to numbers. I mean, in Goal 1, we know what these indicators are going to be based on. Increased learning outcomes among traditionally underperforming subgroups. We know what it was last year. We'll know what it is this year. And that will be a specific number. But that number will change every year by design, because we're supposed to be moving the benchmarks every year and according with the 5-year plan. So to put in a specific percentage that may or may not be attainable, we don't know. We just came up with this plan. We'd have to change the rubric every year, which we could do, but it seems to me like the evidence is going to have the numbers in it. The evaluation rubric doesn't need to have specific numbers in it, because it's going to be done every year, and it's a 5-year plan. And I think we even talked about when we were doing the strategic ed plan that some schools might move 2%, or some schools might move 5% in the first year, and then they're not going to, then they're not going to do 2% the next year because they did 5% the first year. You see what I mean? These percentages are by nature fluid, and if Mr. Delaney raises the graduation rate to 90% in the first year of this plan, well, he's not going to move at all probably the next 4. But we're not going to put in a requirement in the superintendent's evaluation that says that he's going to get dinged if Delaney doesn't meet that in the first year. Does that make sense? You don't want to okay. That's my take. That's why we did it the way we did it. It has to stay broad, to stay relevant year after year, and these numbers are going to move every year.
Okay.
And we talked about putting percentages in there in the committee, but then I personally have gone through doing this evaluation twice, and I don't want to do it again every year. It's just not something. I don't think it's a good use of our time. We know what the goals are. The superintendent has the ed plan. We have the ed plan. And, basically we could put just subheading. We could just put these headings in the evaluation. Goal 1, Goal 2, Goal 3, Goal 4, Goal 5. And, assign a rating. Either he's doing it or he's not. And the evidence is going to show the specificity that I think will address the concerns of the board members that it doesn't have specific percentages in them.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Grayson. Ms. Morrison, fair?
Looking at the document, and when I read the document, and I was on the committee, I like what you've done with stating the goals and matching the goals up to our ed plan. However, I would like to see indicators But I want to add to that, I would like for the person being evaluated to be in on that conversation. Even if that person says, I can only do 1%, maybe because we don't have resources, then here's my justification. But I would like to see indicators, because when I read at the end of the year, if I think that the person has done a good job, I look at the ed plan and it says, for example, provide targeted literacy programs in 100% of middle schools, and I do not feel that that has been done. Maybe another one of my colleagues feel that it's okay, but the evidence indicates that that has not been done. Then I'm looking at not effective. But the person being evaluated would know what the resources are, what they can do, and I think they should weigh in on if they can do no more than 1%. If you just say generally, with the evaluation, if it increases 1%, I'm good with that, because you've promised me at least that. And so it would bring people together on the same page, so that I'm not thinking 5% is okay and somebody else is thinking 1% is okay. Or in my case, 1% is okay because you've done everything you can do. Somebody else may think, no, you have not. But that person has only promised with the resources that they can do 1%, and I'm good with that. So I think that there should be indicators, but I think the person evaluated should be in on that decision.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison-Fair. Ms. Leventis Wells? Ms. Leventis Wells, is your microphone on? Let me make sure.
My apologies. I do understand where we're going with this, but it's just like ensure 100% of classrooms are staffed with qualified personnel on the first day of school. Has that happened every year? The first day of school.
For the most part,
not
that
even
happens, but it's becoming every year a more and more challenging goal to reach.
I'm just I know that's not an indicator, but I'm using that as an example. I mean, we put these things in the strategic plan, and we expect this to happen, but there is no guarantee, especially with all of the hype about teacher shortage and et cetera. That's our goal, is to have every school fully staffed the first day of school. Now, do we get every school staffed? Yes, it may not be the first day or the second day, but it gets staffed. So when we talk about indicators, that's just an example that I'm using as to the realistic of some of what's expected over the 5-year plan. I do understand that we would like more specific things in there, but sometimes to specify would be an unjust as to the outcome of that indicator. So I think we have to look at it, and I would ask Dr. Royster for his input on some of these. I'm not sure every indicator has to have that specificity, but we could add a couple of things to it. But I don't think we set anyone up for failure just because we want a number in there. Okay?
If it might address some of that concern.
Dr. Royster, hold on a second. So is there anyone else that wants to provide any other feedback at this point to the committee? Because I just need to know how much time to extend. Okay. All right. So I'm going to extend since Dr. Royster is going to speak too, I think I'll extend for 15 minutes.
Come on now. Any place in here that it calls for data, then whenever I send you the information about my evaluation, then I'm going to include that. If it went up, if it went down, if it stayed the same, I'm going to give you the specifics. And if there's a reason to explain the specific movement, I'm going to give you that too. My concern is, again, with setting arbitrary numbers because there are a number of circumstances here that are outside my control. I don't mind being responsible for everything that's inside my control, but there are ones that are outside my control. Let me give you a couple of examples. One might be the thing you noticed today in Jeff's presentation. He talked about math test scores. The math test scores throughout the state of South Carolina went down. All right, so ours probably wouldn't have gone up in that year. So you put a goal in there that says it's supposed to go up 2% or 2.5%, which might actually be the goal that's in the strategic plan a year. What if ours stayed exactly the same and didn't go down? Would that be evidence of good leadership in that area or not? It ran counter to the statewide trend, even though we account for 10% of the statewide test scores. That's an issue with it. There are a number of items in the strategic plan that have a cost to them. Right now, there is nothing more important in my mind than increasing teacher salary. So when you see the budget coming forward, it's going to be, as it has been in the last several years, because we've moved from, I believe, 34th in the state to teacher pay to 4th in the state. You're going to see a lot of recommendation related to improved teacher pay. Well, there's a finite amount of resources within my control. I have the ability to recommend to you all to go beyond that, but there's a finite amount of resources that you all have. So the things that have a price tag in the strategic plan, if there are 10 items in there that have a price tag, but we can only afford 2, then is it appropriate to evaluate the superintendent's performance based on the fact there's only the resources to fund 2 of the 10 because there are 10 that cost significant amounts of money. So those are some of the concerns about it. Again, I'm not going to, as I think you know by now, because you've seen a number of these that I've sent to you over the years, even if the evaluation itself was non-specific, you got back some very specific information that had statistics related to where we'd moved, how we'd moved, and how much we'd moved, or if we hadn't moved. So I don't know if that helps to clarify or not. I hope it does.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. Ms. Bush.
Well, I was basically going to ask path forward from where we go from the feedback that has been given here today, and do we send it to you to have it looked at, each individual board member's concerns or suggestions to the next committee meeting, and then I am on the board self-evaluation committee. And we've been, had a little bit of issues just getting all of us together with, Crystal's had a death in her family, and I had Valentine's, which I'm not going to compare the two, but, and we wanted to have a lot of alignment in, I think, making sure that committee's work, where it can coincide with the superintendent's evaluation. And so I guess my question is about the path forward from here. Is what timeline do you see so that we can make sure we have our work done? And I think Glenda's on both committees so that she can share some of that work. And do we need to just present it to you, or do we, I know that most committee meetings are open, that any board member can come and share suggestions or comments. Do we need to come to the committee meeting or just send it to you in writing, and then it's going to come back to the committee of the whole?
So, I'll let Ms. Grayson address that, but my thought was for every board member can send commentary about the instrument to Ms. Grayson, and she can review that with her committee. That's the point of the input. So I think review that with her committee. And with regard to timing on the 2 committees, because there was some commentary about the board has some responsibility in this, so maybe that should be part of our self-evaluation. Then maybe the 2 chairmen of each committee can determine how they want to integrate their work. Is that Mr. Sailors as
Because I know
chairman of the
that
board? Does that sound right to you? Okay.
I know that our committee, the reason that the former item on the agenda, that's why, and I think Ms. Grayson had alluded to that too, because of our time changing this year of when we are going to do board evaluations. So we asked for the waiver of March the 15th. Because our anticipation is when we bring back that board evaluation that its date will change to a September-October time frame. Prior to the, we would be evaluating the board prior to the superintendent's evaluation. So making sure that we have all that aligned, and when we get to a point that we have, when it can all be brought together and then brought back before the board.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bush.
Thank you.
Ms. Grayson.
So I would definitely ask board members to take the instrument that's on board docs, make suggested changes. I'll be glad to take a look at them, but just with the understanding that the ad hoc committee voted not to put specific percentages in there, because Glenda may think 1% is great, and I may think 1% is terrible. And, if you can mark up that document and put in specifics, I'd be glad to look at it. But again, if I get 12 different percentages, we're just going to keep the superintendent evaluation rubric that we have.
Okay.
So that's my thought on how we're going to go forward. I'd be glad to put in, and the committee will meet again. We can meet again before the board meeting on the 26th.
Okay.
But, I would like to see specific changes that need to be made to this document to be considered. Otherwise, we're going to come back with the same thing.
Right. Okay. Thank you for your consideration of the opinions offered, Ms. Grayson, Mr. Chamley, and then I want to make a couple of comments as well.
Yeah, I was going to suggest just a suggestion maybe, and this may be a really stupid one, I don't know. But how does our personnel department do evaluations of principals and teachers and others? Do we follow the same process there? And I think what I would really like to emphasize is we do not want to put the superintendent in a box. We want to make these a very doable and achievable. We may have some aspirational goals. We would, I've had those kind of before. 3% is good, 10% is out of the world, blah, blah, blah. But bear in mind, we're going to make that decision at one point or another. Either we're going to say, now, this is your target, nearly like a liquidated damages provision, or we're going to make the same decision at the end of the year when we do the evaluation, because whatever it comes out, we're going to say, yes, that was good, or no, it's not. If I was a superintendent, I would prefer to have something that I have had an input into, and that I have the resources, and I'm assured I'm going to get the resources, or do have them, and then be able to say, that's my goal. And again, it can be several levels of achievement, very aspirational and otherwise. But I think it'd be helpful to have that. But again, my question was going to be, or my suggestion was going to be, do we have any similar process in the personnel department for other administrative staff?
So I think the committee can take that suggestion and find that out. We do have evaluation processes for our principals and our teachers, so that would be something that the committee could look at, and I guess the administration could send that to all the board members, so they would have that as just for their thought process. Dr. Royster, right? Okay. So just a couple comments myself, and then I'll send some more detailed comments. I, like Ms. Grayson, have worked on. This is the third evaluation rubric that I have used since I've been on the board, and we worked a lot on the last one we had. So I appreciate trying to make it a little simpler. But I think if we're going to use the strategic ed plan, then we need to use the numbers that are in the strategic ed plan in some way, or to Mr. Chamley's point, have some way to say what progress looks like instead of just saying an increase. We hold teachers responsible for students. We hold principals responsible for teachers. We hold assistant superintendents responsible for those principals. And so, I'm holding the superintendent responsible for something. We all have 4-year terms, and we have a 5-year strategic ed plan. So if I'm going to be sure that we're meeting what we've said we're going to do in the strategic ed plan for the good of the citizens in the county, I need to be able to look at it on a year-by-year basis and know what we're doing, because I'm not guaranteed that I'm going to get past the 4 years. So if the strategic plan is the roadmap, if there's a detour, then we change direction. But I do think we have to use the strategic ed plan as the roadmap. And then what that looks like in terms of evaluation, to Ms. Grayson's point, if we can't put it in a rubric evaluation tool like this, then we don't. And then maybe every month we have the strategic ed plan brought to us and we have a conversation about how each department is doing on their specific goals that they had. But there's got to be some decision made, and maybe between those two committees working, maybe there could be some decision about that. But my comment's going to be, if we don't use the strategic ed plan to evaluate the superintendent and evaluate how the board is doing in an instrument, then we need to find a different way to be sure we're bringing the strategic ed plan in more often so that we can understand what all these folks agreed to and then how they're doing. And that's how we know if we're given the right resources or not, if we're moving in the right direction. So thank you, Ms. Grayson, for bringing this for comment. I appreciate the work of the committee and look forward to you guys bringing us something else. And I guess next meeting, committee meeting, you'll make sure all the board knows so that if other members want to come, is that?
We can set it right now. What do we have before the board meeting on the 26th?
Okay. All right. So all the board will, and now we don't have the instructional policies committee work now, so that'll make it a little easier for a couple of the board members to attend those meetings. So, all right. Thank you. So with nothing further, that completes the administration portion of the committee of the whole, and I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Sailors.
Thank you, Mrs. Wells. Our next item of business in order is item 4.0, or the item 4.01, the long-range facilities plan, capital improvement plan. Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. We're going to do this a little bit differently this year. We've separated out the funding side of it because there are some projects already approved about to go to bid that we need to make some budget adjustments to. Normally, you hear the long-range facility plan, you vote to accept that plan, and in that acceptance, you really are approving a budget, but you get a second run at those numbers when you approve the capital budget in June. In this case, we have three particular projects: Fountain Inn High School, addition at Greer High School, and a building at Roper Mountain Science Center that cannot wait until June for capital budget improvement. We need to adjust those budgets now. So Ms. Farley, as she traditionally does, she's going to share with you the demographics portion, how that may or may not be affecting the plan, and really the effects fairly minimal. Really kind of supporting the things she's going to share with you today, supporting the things that she shared with you in the last couple of years about trends and projections and the projects that we already have lined up. And then Mr. Knotts is not able to be with us today, but following that, Ms. Stack and Mr. Mills are going to talk with you about the specific costs related to the three projects I mentioned, the revised budgets that we request funding of the revised budget amounts, and the source of revenue for those increased budget amounts, which, and I'm sure you've looked through your materials already, but require no millage increase, but we want to make sure that you fully understand our sources of revenue for those. So, Ms. Farley, if you would share with them the long-range facility plan, and then we'll follow that up with the other items. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. And we will give you some updates on some of the demographics. I'll certainly not go through this, but just some of the different things that we look at when we are preparing enrollment projections. And then Greenville County's population and our student population, over a long period of time. Okay. Just a few headlines talking about population in the country. We've been talking here about our lower kindergarten enrollments that started this coming year. That year that it dropped significantly will be in fourth grade. So we now we'll be having 5 years of lower enrollment. There's a new, you'll see a little later why I want to bring you up to date on the generations defined. The generation beyond the millennials, which we've talked about millennials a lot, are Generation Z. And you'll see in the in-migration figures a little later why I wanted to bring this to your attention. This group, you can see there they're the most racially and ethnically diverse generation in the U.S. Parents of Generation Zs are more well-educated than parents of millennials in previous generations. The high school dropout is much lower than that of similarly aged millennials in 2002. Less likely than predecessors to be in workforce because a lot of them are still enrolled in college. Median household income where they grew up exceeds that of earlier generations, consistent with the fairly high education of their parents. This is the first generation that technology has been part of their life since birth. Now, millennials certainly had a lot of technology in their lives. They've been growing up in an always-on technology environment. They think more globally than previous generations, I think, due to some of that technology. And they only know life and world after 9/11. That will continue to be defined. You see here the Greenville County population and the age breakdown. And we've talked about this several times, how that age 50 and up, those two last categories, are really increasing in the county. And you see that going, those large percentage increases there. In 2000, that group was 27% of the population, and now they're 34.5% of the population. But I also want you to look at the under 5. And I want to talk about this just a minute. Because between 2000 and 2010, that group, 2000 and 2010, grew by almost 6,000. Between 2010 and this 2017, they've grown 459. That again is indicative of that much lower birth rate. People in migrating, being a lot of millennials and empty nesters. Millennials not having a lot of children. This chart, and again, this shows you what we've talked about several times about births. We have mirrored the country. It's happened across the country. If you read national news much, there's been a lot of articles the last year talking about this because it's becoming very pronounced now because it's been continuing now for so many years. This year, 15-16, was the year we dropped initially a little over 423 students from the kindergarten before. And you see this year, we're actually a little bit less than that year. So we continue to monitor this. Single-family building permits, they actually have gone up significantly in the last couple of years. Certainly not pre-recession. But again, this is not generating students like it was back here. It's a lot of those empty nesters and some of the millennials who are not married or just married are buying homes. It's a single-family home foreclosures, and certainly with the economy like it is, that has continued to decline in the last few years. I wanted to put in here, you know, there are just all kinds of accolades about Greenville County, the city of Greenville, other municipalities, and the great things going on, and we can tell from calls we receive in the office, you know, that generates people wanting to move here. And you have a variety of people moving here, all age groups to some degree. Now, in migration, these are residents who moved into the county from a different state or from a different county within South Carolina in 2017. This does not include in-migration from other countries. But this year, in 2017, which is the last data that's available, 2018 won't be available until much later this year. Not actually sure when it'll be due to the shutdowns. A lot of that sort of data has been delayed on release, but it's later when we get it anyway. And you see here 30,721, and you see the big groups. This is that part of that Generation Z. This is a huge in-migration number in this 18 to 24. Certainly continued large in-migration number in what is considered millennials. This group, you see the decline here. This is the group when they're moving in that usually bring a lot of children with them in this age group. And then the 55 plus continues to be larger than the previous years. And we just compare ourselves to some. Spartanburg, we know their population is increasing fairly significantly. They've had a lot of job generation there. Charleston is slowing down, but certainly Berkeley, and you know some of the various industries and so forth that are going in there. We share this information with you every year on our transiency, and we are a very transient school district. From November of 2017, 5K to 11th grade through November of 2018, living at a different address, still with us, but living at a different address, 8,352 students. The number of students attending our school district in November of 27 in 5K through 11 who were not in the system in 2018, 6,286. They moved away. They went to private school, charter, whatever, but we're not serving them anymore, and we're serving them a year before. And then the number of students, 1st through 12th, that were attending GCS in November of this year and not attending the year before, 6,157. So that is a lot of movement in and out and within Greenville County Schools. As you know, each summer, the planning staff goes out and counts all the homes in all the subdivisions that were not completely built out last summer, the previous summer. And this is subdivisions with 50 or more remaining lots. We've showed you this before. This is multifamily developments around the county. And as we have talked, many of the market rate apartments, we serve very few students. When they are affordable or subsidized, we serve a large number of students from those. This is a subdivision all around the county where 5 to 49 lots are remaining. We track those also. This is downtown Greenville multifamily developments. This is North Point, to acclimate you, right at Wade Hampton and Church Street. Big development going on there. They're building a lot of apartments there right now. And this here is the planned development at what was the Scott Towers that were imploded a few years ago. Again, these market rate apartments, there are literally some of them that we are serving no students out of, and very few. Greenville County Charter Schools, of course, you know that only Langston remains with us, chartered through us. The rest have all moved to the South Carolina Public Charter School. This is the enrollment here. These here, the enrollment increased this year about 450 students. Excuse me. School choice. This data, as you know, we've increased over the last few years. But any year that our student population goes up, we have to have more choice just to keep the percentage the same. And these are the seats available. this year, based on the program, each year we compute a program capacity for every school, and based on this year's computation and our enrollment by the 5 zones. Here are our elementary projections. We declined this year. We're going to decline some more, and really in 5 years we're projecting we're going to be about the same as what we were here. So this again is the compounding impact. That does not mean that there will not be a school here or there that will increase, but our overall population. Those very large elementary grades that we had before kindergarten dropped for what next year will be 4 years ago, are moving into our middle schools. And this is that trough we talked about earlier several times. Now it's moving into middle, and it'll peak, and then it'll start coming back down. Then that middle will move into high school, starting now, and actually 5 years will be about the peak of the high school enrollment. And then we anticipate, unless something changes, it's starting to go back down. But for the next 5 years, it'll continue to increase. This is what actually happened this year compared with last year. Our elementary declined 209 students, middle increased 678, and high increased 177. This is seats available 23, 24, and please note the note down here about Fountain Inn based on our projections. This is the same information, including Fountain Inn, in this number here. In there. These are the projects that are projected to be completed by 2023, next 5 years. These were all on the last year. No changes there, other than we've added a year. This is elementary seats, individual by school. Alphabetic listing of the same. Middle school, seats by school, based on the projection for 23-24. Again, middle, alphabetized. High school, the same thing. I will mention here, and we talked about this the last couple of years, the high school numbers include everyone that's in the database for that school, but many of those students are not there all day. They are at the Career Center, they're at the Fine Arts Center, or at possibly Greenville Tech. They can dual credit. So even though you have some of these overages here, Wade Hampton is has the most students of any high school because of the Fine Arts Center and Career Center. Just at the Fine Arts Center are over 200 students. But they show in their numbers at the school. Again, an alphabetic listing. Future projects currently approved in the long-range facility plan after 23-24, and the school facility study that we're working on now. Okay. We've made a listing here of area job announcements of 50 jobs more in the last 2 years. Now, this does not include restaurant, retail, and grocery stores, which would add several more. But those are not as always so easy to come by, but this is put out information by some of the local economic entities. The economy, depends on the day what your headline's going to be. We know things here are good right now. Fairly low unemployment rate in the state. It's just We also all know there are economic downturns, but those who make a career of that can't even tell you when will happen. So in summary, our 50-plus age population continues to increase. In-migration of millennials and Generation Z is strong. 4 years of lower kindergarten enrollments is matriculating through the elementary grades, causing a decline in our enrollment there. Middle school population is increasing. Then it's going to soften when these lower grades from elementary move up there. Then the larger middle school population will move into the high schools in the next 5 years, and then we will see a softening of that at the high school level. Projections reflect continued strong growth, and future new charter schools or charter school expansions will impact the projections. And as Dr. Royster said, the financing will be discussed as a separate item. Be glad if you have any questions to answer those.
Thank you, Betty. And just want to point out to the board that the item 4.01 shows a recommendation for a motion. That's should be a recommendation, or it's information only. The recommendation comes in 4.02 for both reports, both this report and the financial component. So this is an information only item. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Farley? Michelle?
Betty, on the seats available now, is that in here anywhere? Because I was looking at from where you have the seats available in 23, 24. How do y'all determine which schools need additions? If I'm looking at 23, 24, and I was looking at the Summit Drive addition, and it looks like you were adding 250 seats for that addition, but in 23, 24, it's like at a negative 241. So how do you determine which schools get the additions and when they get them?
We look at a variety of things. We look at overcrowding at other schools that maybe we could not add on to. We look at long-term projections. So if we have, we'll take that one since you mentioned it. So those Summit Drive may show that we have not made any student assignment changes yet into there. But with the addition, we may do that, or may have some type of priority choice in there to help us provide relief to some other schools that are overcrowded.
Okay, are there schools that are around that Summit Drive area that are overcrowded? Since you are going to do an addition to Summit Drive?
There are some schools around there that are overcrowded. Cherrydale is overcrowded, and it abuts Summit Drive attendance area. There are schools downtown that we are struggling with that sometimes when you can do priority choice or something like that, they don't have to be in extremely close proximity to each other. If you have a theme at the school like we did at Fisher to pull from our most overcrowded middle schools. Mm-hmm. Lake Forest is full, and Stone is getting, we are still taking some magnet there, but it is getting quite full. Not much.
I also have a question about, I was looking at the long-range facility plan, and under the demographic context, you have, I guess it's the census population forecast, but I didn't see anything in here for 2020. It went from 2010 to 2030. Do you not have the, because you projected 2030, did you not project 2020?
We projected out 2030 based on data that we received in the mid-2000s from the Greenville County Planning Department.
So
We-
what about 2020? I'm looking at this,
Yeah, in the document.
yeah.
We did, I'd have to go back and look and see if we did a 2020, but we've been doing a 2030 for some time. I can't remember right now.
Okay.
I have to look and see.
I think one of the considerations there is that all the facilities included within the plan basically are to take us up to 2029, 2030. If you all will recall, there's a very important date, December of 2029. That's when all the best bonds are paid, freeing up the capacity to address future growth. And really everything between now and 2029 that's in that plan is our best effort to address growth and change until such time as that best bond obligation has been satisfied. Going back to the question earlier about the addition, Summit Drive, that was designed as the first step of a two-step effort to relieve potential overcrowding in Greenville City area elementary schools and to address increased growth in and around the city of Greenville, a significant part of which is along Lawrence Road at Verde. So step one being the 200-seat addition to Summit Drive, and Betty mentioned to you a number of different methods by which we might put enrollment in that school. Could be by choice, could be by selective choice, which is the way Fisher is constituted, providing relief to a number of different elementary schools. The second step is the yet-to-be-named elementary school on the J.L. Mann site. I don't have the number right in front of me, but I believe in 2021. Betty, does that sound about right?
It's a little later than that.
Is it 23?
It's not in the next 5 years.
Okay. I think the first year of it is the last year of paying for Fountain Inn, if I remember right, but I may be off by a year. I'd have to flip through here. But all that is aimed at addressing the potential growth that we're already foreseeing in and around the city of Greenville.
Okay, and the New North Area Middle School, is that for growth up in the north area also?
Yes, ma'am. Now that's more north of the city of Greenville, not just the north end of the city of Greenville. That's been moved out a number of times now because at that point growth had not yet materialized.
Mm-hmm.
What we don't yet know the long-term effect of is the tremendous revitalization that's occurring in and around the city of Travelers Rest.
Mm-hmm.
And so that may necessitate some adjustment to the timeline on that new north area middle school. But it would be up in the area close to and probably provide relief to Northwest Middle School and
Blue Ridge,
and maybe Blue Ridge, or possibly even to a degree it could be severe depending on the top end of the severe attendance area.
So is that timeline out past 5 years also?
Yes.
Maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Way past,
Yeah.
Way past.
Because every year when we've done that plan, the growth had not yet materialized in that area. Of course, we don't know now. We think there's going to be, just like there was a point where the growth in the city of Greenville dramatically accelerated.
Mm-hmm.
There may likely be a point when we begin to see growth in Travelers Rest among families with school-age children, see it accelerating. One thing that's been very beneficial to tempering our long-range planning, and Betty mentioned that earlier, has been that a number of these complexes constructed have really not, their market has really not been families with school-age children. And that's really helped because, when you ride downtown, you think, where in the world are we going to put all these people? But fortunately, they're not yielding what traditional subdivisions have yielded over the years.
Okay. Thank you, Betty.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Wells.
Mr. Sayles, I didn't even have to raise my hand, and you knew.
Oh, I saw that look in your eye. We're good.
So there's a item on the summary of the capital improvement program for a facility, $150,000 for the facility study. Is that a study specifically of the schools that are listed on that slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what? And then, so the scope of services for that, did we say, here are the sites we want you to study, and then gave them criteria for what we wanted them to look at? I'm interested in what that looks like.
Yes, these are, the majority of these schools were done before BEST. And so we did set some criteria. We haven't completed the whole thing. The facilities department will be setting criteria for mechanical and engineering evaluations of the facilities. We are working with the academic department and Mr. McCoy on the instructional layout of the schools and feasibility of it based on our academic program now and what we're planning to do in the future. So again, these are schools that were, a lot of them were built really a long time ago, and they were renovated, majority prior to BEST, so they're really getting some age on them.
So this is kind of modern study for modernization,
yes,
I guess, to kind of
yes.
bring them. Okay, and then, so you said there's some of this work's being done in-house. So what's the $150,000 that's in the capital plan, is that to pay a consultant?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and that consultant is, what sort of consultant are we using? Is it specifically mechanical and engineering consultants you're going to pay, or is it?
It's them and then a programming consultant.
Okay, and we have them under contract or not?
We have the programming consultant under contract.
It's
yes.
it's one of the two people that helped with one of the three people that helped with the initial design of the long-range facility plan in 2005.
Okay. Would that be, I would like for us to get some sort of presentation on that, if you don't mind, if that's possible. Or if not, just I'd like to see the scope of services and understand what they're looking at, what the whole scope of that looks like.
Excuse me, I don't know that we're far enough along to give a presentation on the results of the work,
No.
but we can certainly give you a presentation on the framework.
Yeah, kind of the purpose and the goals and what all is encompassed there. So I heard you say Stone is almost full, and that's our elementary arts magnet. So two questions. One is, what are our strategies from a planning and demographic standpoint for protecting school choice options for our students? That's the first question. What kind of specific strategies are we using to protect choice opportunities? So not specific to a school, but we have arts choice, we have science choice.
And, I did say, we are, like at Stone, we are still taking some magnet students, so it's not completely closed. It's just that the attendance area had, over the years, turned over, and were more younger children in there. In that case, it appears, based on some data we have, that is sort of leveling off or decreasing some. So you look at schools and they go up and then they come down. Now, protecting choice, and that's a balance among a whole lot of things. There are a lot of goals, performance goals and so forth in your strategic plan that will use space. And when that space is used, then that limits our choice ability.
Right, which is why I'm asking, what are our strategies that we're using to protect choice? So I'm not talking about in a specific school, but I'm saying if we want elementary students to have choice to be part of an arts integrated curriculum, then what are we or can we do to protect that option and opportunity for students?
Well, there's only two things that we can do. One is three things. One, we can expand arts offerings in all schools. Secondly, we could create another choice opportunity for the arts. The third thing we could do, and Summit Drive presents us with an opportunity to do that, is to create something there that's not arts to get students out of some Stone that maybe aren't interested in arts. So providing them an option to opt out, creating space for others to opt in the area of arts. Now, we have not really made facilities decisions outside the general scope of work to provide for choice. In other words, at Summit Drive, we've added 200 seats because we believe we need to relieve growth by 200 seats. We want to do it in a way that would, most likely, we would recommend to you in a way that allows for choice to do it. But we didn't go over there and add 400 seats to try to develop some other kind of choice. We did it driven by population because obviously, again, there's a financial parameter to all of that. So the opportunities for choice are ones that we have to work on for the most part within our existing system or within the expansions we need to make to accommodate for growth. The Fountain Inn High School design is a good example of that. We would hope that would encourage choice there to fill up those seats that are currently might be vacant because the attendance area might not fill them up. And maybe people would choose to go there from another place. And the same would be true. I don't see any reason that we would now begin to deviate from the concept that we've used for several years, and that is trying to design academically specific schools when we build new ones or if we add significantly, so that we create another choice opportunity, whether it's duplicative of another place or it provides a yet as unprovided opportunity that might draw people out of, for example, the way I gave you with Stone. Maybe there's students there, maybe there are 50 of them that would not be interested in arts. They happen to be zoned from that neighborhood, but might be interested in some other program and would choose to go somewhere else, freeing up 50 seats for people interested in arts.
Okay, so that was my second question is, what are the strategies for drawing students to empty seats? So I know we have lots of ways to do that, but I'm interested in what is our specific plan and steps towards that end.
Right now, we're working to develop a theme or a focus for Summit Drive. So we're researching that. What might that be? In fact, I think they've already made a couple of visits to some schools in other locations. What might that be, and how might that draw in people who would make a choice to go there?
Okay, and we're doing that specifically at Summit because we're adding
200
seats there.
seats. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But we're also, Mr. McCoy and I are working on and looking at schools that are under capacity for possible consideration of some future looking at those for some possible changes or whatever at those schools.
Okay, and that's exciting because that's exactly the thing we talked about. But again, I haven't yet seen any specific actions. I don't know what the strategies are.
We're in the very early stages of that. That's a rather complicated process.
So with the choice piece, just talk to me a little bit about the trends in choice, both in terms of charter. You gave me the chart we have is 2011, 2012, we had 14%, 2018-19, we had 16%. But what has that trend looked like over time?
Maybe this is what you're looking for. From last year to this year, our choice increased to 185 students.
Okay. So that's in the elementary versus middle versus high. What is that looking like?
Oh, I don't know. I might have that with me. Let me see.
I think
elementary was 100. We increased to 157. Middle actually decreased from last year. Actually decreased a little bit, and then high school increased around 60. So that was from last year to this year, and every year is different. I mean, you have people who make requests and then they decline, and
well, that's why it'd be nice to kind of just see what the trend is at each level for where where choice is headed, and then secondary to that is, what's the impact of the charter schools? Are we still seeing that choice is increasing primarily as charter schools are increasing in the ones that are available, or is it?
Well, I mean, I think that chart really kind of speaks to that, because it shows, having removed the charters from within the system, we still stayed at 16%. There's 449 staying in the system. I think in 07, 08, we were at about 9%. Does that sound right, Betty?
Well, I have 08, 09 written down here. We had 8,713 students on choice in that subtotal group.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, and unfortunately, I don't have the percentage.
Seemed to me like when we first began really kind of talking about this and focusing on it, we were at about 9%, and I might have the actual years off by a year or two.
Mm-hmm.
But we just about have hit the capacity because of space. I mean, and I think now the only way to get more is to shuffle people around based on what they're interested in. But then again, some of that, what you're interested in, might have an additional cost to it.
Well, and we've said for a while, we knew the reason we were able to offer all the choice we offered in the city of Greenville or in the middle of the county was because we made that deliberate decision decades ago to put magnet schools in the center of the county to draw students in. And we haven't, I don't think that we've done anything as deliberate as that since then, and we've seen those seats, the number of seats and opportunities and options in those programs diminish. So,
Well, now I think deliberately since then, we've asked every school to develop a focus of their own. So I would say that's been very deliberate. While there have not been any other magnet schools designed or implemented, because to us, when you say magnet, you talk about provide transportation to it. And pretty much, unless they're going to do regional magnet hubs, the only way to reasonably, and it's still not a great system to transport students, is if they're coming to the center of the county, because they're all kind of, there's obviously, you would know geographically all kind of issues with trying to take them to the extremes. But Wittenberg, not a magnet. School of Engineering, Fisher, not a magnet. Project-based, Rudolph Gordon, not a magnet. Project-based. So there is example after example after example of developing schools or concentrations within schools that I think draw people to those schools. Though we don't necessarily ask them, are you going there because it's one of the very popular things at elementary level now and very successful is Leader in Me. Well, we don't really ask them, are you going there because that's a Leader in Me school, but we know there's some people that do go there because it's a Leader in Me school.
Okay. So I guess just as a follow-up, I'd like to get that spreadsheet that you guys have sent me several years, or sent the board several years, that shows the in and out from school to school.
Oh.
So
okay.
If we could get that, because I haven't seen that, unless I missed it in an email. I haven't seen that recently. So, okay, that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Anyone else? Betty, thank you very much for you and your staff putting all this together. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch has arrived, and also we have the boards in the back of the room. I asked that they be brought in today, so since we're talking about later in the agenda issues connected to these three projects, I wanted us to have the ability to re-familiarize ourselves with the components of these three facilities. So we're going to take, we'll reconvene at 12:45. That gives us a half an hour for lunch, and also for you to also spend a few minutes looking at these drawings for these three structures. So we'll reconvene at 12:45. Thank you.
So I can
quiet real quick. Eesh. Okay, our next item of business in order as we reconvene from a lunch break is item 4.02, the long-range facilities plan capital improvement funding impact portion of today's agenda. So, Dr. Oyster.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. As we mentioned briefly at the outset of this item, we have some budgetary adjustments that we need to ask that you make. And we've got a presentation on the reasons for those budget adjustments, and then our source of revenue to fund the adjustments that need to be made. And before Mr. Mills begins, he's going to talk with you about the reasons for the cost, and they can be pretty well broken into two categories. One is we have had some increase in scope, and he'll explain that fully to you. But that's a portion of the increase, and the rest of it is the dramatic increase in certain aspects of commercial construction, particularly construction in general, having to do with price of materials, and also having to do with the costs that have been driven up by the lack of subcontractors in certain areas, especially in MEP, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, and in masonry. But he's going to fill in some of the more specifics about that. There is a time issue on this. We're ready to go to bid on these projects, so we need to adjust the budget, and that's the reason we've configured this action a little differently than we normally do the long-range facility plan. Mr. Mills?
Thank you, Dr. Royster. Let me start off by addressing the cost impacts that Dr. Royster was referring to. We do continue to see an impact on the cost of construction materials. Those impacts were elevated by what happened with some tariffs that were put in place in 17 and 18. While these tariffs have had an impact mainly on structural materials, that being steel and metals, we've not seen them so much in the other building material aspects. But I spoke with a couple of people this week that were the chief estimators for a couple of local construction firms. Both of them indicated to me that the tariffs had more impact on structural steel and aluminum and other fabricated metals than any other aspect. One of them told me that he felt like the impact was 1% of the gross value of the construction project. There'd been about a 1% increase in costs associated with tariffs. The other one said that they had seen the tariffs in structural steel somewhere in the range of 5 to 10%, depending on what the shapes were in the structural steel in general. But there are some impacts associated with some tariffs. As Dr. Royster said, we continue to see labor shortages in the construction market. The cost of labor has really been a major driving factor in the cost of construction. We've seen that on a year-to-year basis, somewhere between 7 to 10%, depending on what the profession is. As Dr. Royster referenced earlier, masons, there's been an increased cost in mason and in skilled labor when it comes to mechanical and electrical trades. Both of these things have seen year-over-year 7 to 10% increase in labor costs. So when you add all of that over a number of years, it certainly can have a major impact on the cost of construction. We're looking at the economy that we're in here. We're in the southeastern region, and I've got some quarterly reports for the fourth quarter of 2018 that indicates that the economy in the southeast is as strong as it is anywhere in the nation when it comes to construction industry, maybe the strongest. So that's continuing to impact shortage in skilled labor and in skilled subcontractors, again, masonry and MEP. These gains are in excess of 5%, 5 to 7% per year associated with increasing construction costs in the southeast area. We're here in the Greenville, Spartanburg, Anderson area, the 85 corridor. We're continuing to see a lot of construction in the area that we're competing with. The same contractors that are building facilities for Clemson University, the same contractors that are building these industrial projects and that you do see going on over in Spartanburg County. There's a major high school under construction in Spartanburg County, and there are bond referendums that have been passed here locally, not in Greenville County, but in some of our neighboring counties and districts that are going to continue to put pressure on the construction market and market pricing. Let me move on to some of these projects. As we said here, the increased cost, demand, but some of the main reasons that we're asking for some increased costs for these particular projects, while I address the construction costs, there's also been some scope changes that are related to these projects. The education plan is focused on reduced class sizes. We're seeing some of that starting to impact us. The Summit Drive project that we're looking at, going to ask for a cost increase on today. This is the first school that we've addressed the 15-to-1 student-teacher ratio, and that's going to impact Summit Drive. The strategic plan also has been focused on mental health and wellness and whole child supports. We're actually seeing some office space and some more classrooms related to special ed and space for mental health counselors and all. Those are now, any projects going forward, we're carrying those requirements within them. The Summit Drive project also reflects the new standard for initiative to bring the pre-K classrooms back to the local elementary schools. And we'll be adding, I think it's 4 new pre-K classrooms to the Summit Drive project. There's those items that are part of the strategic plan are beginning now to reflect the impact, the cost and scopes of our schools. There's some site challenges also at the Summit Drive. I don't know how familiar y'all are with the Summit Drive site, but basically we built a school on the side of a hill, and we're trying to expand a school that we built on the side of a hill. So there are definitely some site challenges associated with Summit Drive. If you'll remember back about 4 or 5 years ago, we purchased a piece of property behind Summit Drive that connects to Chick Springs Road. We're going to try to bring a roadway in from Chick Springs Road and route it up through our site and take it up to Summit Drive. We're going to hope this will help with traffic and with emergency access to the school. The Greer High School project. We initially had looked at adding an auxiliary gym was the scope of this project initially at Greer High School. That was going to be a 3-sided attachment onto the existing building over off a gymnasium area. Well, as we also started looking at adding weight rooms to the high schools, we have a project now, and it's in the long-range facilities plan to add a weight room at each high school. So we combined these two facilities, the weight room and the auxiliary gym together. So when we did them together, we had to move them. We could no longer do a 3-sided attachment to the building, and so we moved them out, and they wound up being located in the bus parking lot. That was so we could keep connectivity to the building with an adjoining hallway. So we had to rework. It was a pretty good bit of site work associated with that project, reworking the bus drive, bus parking. We had to relocate some parking, move some utilities. Those were some additional costs associated with that Greer High School project. Robert E. Cashin, that school also, all the items that I referred to, with the exception of the site challenges at Summit Drive, were all associated with this additional square footage and additional cost associated with the Robert E. Cashin facility. That would be the K classrooms, the 15-to-1 student-teacher ratio, and the whole child provisions. As we spoke a few minutes ago, we've increased the size, the increased size of the facility by 9,000 square feet around these pre-K classroom relocations and these student-teacher ratios, and the site challenges associated with Summit Drive. We're requesting $2,750,670 for that particular project. Greer High School, as I spoke a minute ago, some of the challenges associated with that. There's also, we had some additional scope items, and I don't know if you reviewed the drawings or not. We have back here in the back, but we also took some existing athletic spaces within the school and converted one of them into a locker room, a female locker room. We were actually one short. This is was a potential long-term Title IX item for us, and we decided we would address it during this project. There's also space there we converted for the healthcare careers and athletic training. We converted some space into some for a CATE program there. Again, health careers and athletic training. So what was going on in these spaces before? We were using some spaces within the school for both the weight room and for what would go on in the auxiliary gym, where it's in some existing spaces within the school that have now been converted. One of them is a megatronic space, and the other one is a horticultural program that we moved back into the school in the last 3 years. So what we're requesting for this project, an increase of $2,418,750. Roper Mountain Science Center. We have some drawings over here that depicted what was going on in the Roper Mountain Science Center project. This is in the new building we're building there, the sustainability facility. I'd also like to point out that I believe I'm correct in saying this is the only new facility that the school district has paid for that's on Roper Mountain. Everything else has been done by the Roper Mountain Science Association, all the other improvements facilities that are out there. Most of the cost that we're asking for, the additional amount of money, the $1.6 million that we're asking for there, is associated with what's gone on to within the building. Basically some supplemental components to support the museum quality exhibit spaces that are going on within the building. We're having to enhance the HVAC system in there. We have some active water displays now in the building that are going to create some additional humidity loads within the building, and so we're doing some upgrades on the HVAC system there to address the humidity concerns. These will be some large-scale water features within the building. We're also trying to add some additional components to the building that will help with its sustainability. We're looking at solar panels, putting a different type of roof on the building than we were originally planning. We're looking at putting a metal roof on the building so we can install these solar panels there. And the projected increase in cost on this project is $1,632,000. Let's move on to the new Fountain Inn High School. We originally had programmed this school for 200,000 square feet facility. The initial is the school is going to be designed for the common areas to be core common areas to be built for 200,000 students, but the school will initially only have it be built for 1,000 seats with a future 1,000 seat addition to go on to the school. The 30,000 additional square feet of the school, most of it, as when we originally programmed the school, we did not know that we were going to have an advanced manufacturing focus on the school. So the additional square footage that there, about half of that's associated with the advanced manufacturing program that's going to be curriculum focused that's going to be put into the school. The other additional square footage, about the other half of that 30,000 square feet, are associated with the core areas being built for the additional 1,000 students that will be put there in the future. If you can appreciate, it's very hard to enlarge a gymnasium, an auditorium, the dining areas and some of the athletic facilities under roof within there. So we're going ahead and building those out as part of this project. The projected cost for the increased square footage and the associated increase in construction costs is $17,022,000 is the request there. In 20% of that $17 million is the soft cost associated with it. So the actual increase in construction costs is only about $14 million. I'm going to let Robin address the financial aspects of this.
Sorry. The technology refresh line, there is a request to increase this line item from the administration to add 3 separate refresh items to the plan. The first one is Promethean boards. This will begin in FY20, and it adds, the request is to add $2 million per year to be able to input new Promethean board systems, 400 per year. The next refresh cycle would be for bus cameras. This will begin in FY22, and it is an annual request of $575,000. And the third, is for radio systems for the district. This funding, again, is a refresh item. For every 5 years, the district would refresh the radios used for safety in the district, and it would increase the line item by $415,000 annually. The next item is Mars, and the request here is a $5.9 million increase. That would begin in FY22. And this is to maintain the average spending that we have experienced over the last 3 to 4 years. Okay. Now let's, do you want to talk about Mars any?
Just wanted to address Mars for a minute. We're asking for an additional $5.9 million to bring our yearly Mars expenditures up to $17.9 million. As I'm sure as you've read here, really the additional cost increase that we're asking here for the $5.9 million is associated with the fact that the best schools now are really starting to age out. I brought some information here about the best schools, and I've got a chart here of when we finished the schools, and the first ones were completed in August of 2001. We had 3, August 2002, 4. Then we got into August of 2003. We had 10 schools that completed then. Well, if you look at those schools, they are now 15 years old. So we've got a total here of 17 schools that are 15 or more years old. So as we go down the list, in 2004, best program completed 17 schools that year. And in 2005, 11, 2006, 14, 2007, 7, and in 8 we completed 3, and in 2010, 1. As you can see, if you add 15 to 20 years to these schools, they're really starting the roofs, the mechanical systems, the asphalt paving systems. Now they're starting to show their age, and we're being impacted by these going forward with capital projects to maintain these schools. So that's really the basis for the request for the additional $5.9 million.
Another way to look at that, we don't necessarily anticipate we would spend that much more in each of those first years, but the idea is to set that money aside and carry it forward, and at whatever point those systems are beginning to go out, then we have the money already there to replace them. And that's been the model since we began using Mars. that any money annually that we don't expend, we simply carry it forward, and it becomes part of the MARS fund over time to fund all those system replacements that, and Terry's already made the point that we're beginning to enter that period of time when we're going to see significant systems replacement, though the money that you all have allowed us to invest on the preventive maintenance side, I think has in a lot of cases allowed us to defer those replacements beyond what one might reasonably expect their life cycle to be. And there was another comment I wanted to make while it goes back to one of the points that Ms. Stack made. There's a thing in there to replace the district's radio system. It's shown as a 5-year expenditure. It's actually to set that money aside in each of those 5 years so at the end of a 10-year period, which is the general life cycle of those kinds of systems, the money's there to replace the whole system. It wasn't intended to replace a piece of it every year.
It's me again. So the funding of the long-range facilities plan and capital improvement program that was approved back in the spring of 2007 was based on conservative projection of multiple debt service revenue sources and the factors that impacted those sources. One of the major factors being the 13-year time period the projection covered. So I just want to touch base just for a minute on some of the revenue sources. The tax increment financing districts. This is a growing source of revenue for the debt service, and when these TIF zones lapse in 2021, the full assessed value of the equipment in those zones will then be applied toward the estimation of the debt service mill value. Interest income, it's one of the more variable debt service revenue sources. It's, of course, dependent on market conditions, and it's heavily influenced by the actions of the Federal Reserve. The debt service mill value. This source is impacted by 23 different property categories, and each category can be affected differently by the economy. The debt service mill value can also be impacted by legislative changes. Fee in lieu of agreements. While this is a relatively stable source of revenue for the debt service, it's impacted when existing agreements end and new agreements begin. When a new agreement begins, it could have a negative impact on the debt service mill value increase. And finally, state revenue. This is also a relatively stable source, but it is susceptible to economic cycles and legislative changes. State revenue for the debt service includes manufacturing depreciation, homestead exemption, and merchant's inventory. So those are the major debt service revenue categories that we had to consider when we were projecting for the plan. So now let's look at how the funding plan has been affected by financial activities. The amount of tax increment financing revenue has provided additional funds for the CIP, and the amounts received have been above projections. The projected general obligation bond interest rates used in the financing plan were between 2.5% and 3%, while actual interest rates were much lower. And since these lower interest rates were what we actually had, it allowed us to use more of the bond proceeds for CIP. Also, when we sell bonds, we are fortunate in that we get premiums. They have ranged anywhere from $1.5 million to $2.9 million, as opposed to getting nothing. And these premiums are a result of market conditions when the GO bonds are sold, so we have not included them as a budgeted revenue source. Interest rates for short-term investments of debt service funds have increased over 100 basis points in the last 2.5 years. The meal value for debt service has increased. One of the factors that causes the debt service meal value to increase or decrease is the collection rate. And the collection rate for taxes has increased. In FY16, it was 97.7, and in FY18, it went up to 98.14%. The meal value is also affected by assessed value in the county. Assessed value is based on 23 different categories of property, and it changes on an annual basis. Fee in lieu of agreements has increased. The revenue has increased due to agreements for new and or existing businesses. Currently, there are 230 negotiated agreements in place, and depending on the amount the company invests in the county, the fee can change. And the district does not always receive the amount of the fee that's agreed upon due to infrastructure credits that the county issues to the company. When the district refinanced the BEST bonds, it caused an interest savings over the life of the new bond. And in 2017, FY17, when we refinanced the BEST 2016 bonds, we had an interest savings of $8.4 million, which allowed the district to redirect the bond proceeds from paying BEST interest to now be used for the CIP. And then finally, state revenue has grown 7.62% due to the increase that we've received for manufacturing depreciation, homestead exemption, and merchant's inventory. And this concludes the funding summary.
Yes, sir.
This concludes the presentation from the administration. There is a recommended motion. Is there a maker?
Mr. Chair. I recommend to approve the March 2019 Long-Range Facilities Plan and Capital Improvement Plan with updated cost and funding as presented and outlined in the LRFP-CIP document and the LRFP-CIP finance/spent down plan. Thank
I
you.
second.
Now, there's a motion made and properly seconded. Now we'll have discussion. Any questions? Mrs. Wells?
I'm not sure I'm ready to ask all my questions. This is a little bit overwhelming, to be honest. Every month we have a facilities project report that usually takes us about 15 minutes. And then now today, we're given a whole bunch of information about a whole bunch of different facilities and changes in scope and changes in cost. And we're, going to approve it all in one fell swoop in one meeting. So, I would like to request that maybe moving forward in the next year, we could consider keeping the board updated in a little bit different way about what's going on and where we are with changes in scope on projects and changes in cost and schedule, because it's overwhelming. Honestly, it's a lot of information to review, so it's just hard for me to get my head around all of it.
If I might speak to that.
Great, yeah.
Want to make sure we're real clear. We're only asking for immediate action on three things.
Okay.
And that immediate action would be on the project at Roper Mountain, project at Greer, and the project at Fountain Inn High School. And they do have significant cost increases. And, we've brought information into the board, particularly regarding the overall plan for both the Roper Mountain Science Center building and Fountain Inn High School. Normally wouldn't bring the Greer job because of the size of the project and that sort of thing. As I would remind the board, generally speaking, you all approve the long-range facility plan as you're doing now in the late winter, early spring. Then you actually approve, you have a second run at the funding of it, which occurs in June, the capital budget. So there's a good bit of time in there. This is time sensitive because of the deadline on occupying at least one of these three projects and the self-imposed deadline we have for the other two. Had we even brought in an update every month, we would have been bringing you incorrect numbers probably every month. So, right or wrong, we made a decision to wait until we had the very best numbers that we could have before we came in and asked to increase the budgets for these projects. The last time we increased them, I think, was a couple of years ago, and quite honestly, the numbers change every month. And that's why there's, I believe there's 2 or 3 others in here where we're kind of putting you on notice of what we're seeing now. We're not asking you to approve them yet, and the reason we didn't want to approve them today is we believe by the time they go to bid, these numbers may have significantly changed again. So this is a good bit of information, but really the only information that's new is the design of Fountain Inn High School, because of really tailoring it to the instructional program that we've designed for that school, which we've given presentations on. It added 30,000 square feet to the scope. Greer, because of the configuration, as Terry shared with you, to keep that building addition together in what we believe is the most safe and secure manner to add it to the existing facility, had a change in cost to it. And the Roper Mountain Science Center, there was no change in scope to that particular project. It's as it was presented, but there's been a change in construction cost. So the primary driver on all of these, really other than the 30,000 square feet added at Fountain Inn High School and configuring all of the Greer addition together instead of piecemeal, the real driver has been increased construction costs, increased cost of subs, increased cost of materials. And that is an ongoing, I won't say a daily change, but it is close to a daily change in cost.
Well, I'll do my best to ask the
Okay.
questions that I need to ask. I'll do my best, but it's a lot to digest all at one time with a lot of other stuff on the agenda as well. So I need a little refresher on my memory about the move to a district standard that says we would include 4K. That's been several years, I know, but refresh my memory on how we got to where we were saying that we were going to require 4K classes in our additions.
Several years ago, I don't remember the exact year, we made the decision to move away from a pre-K center model to locating classrooms in the neighborhood school for a couple of reasons. One, it gets the pre-K student into the school setting that they're likely going to attend as an elementary school student. So it already gets them in that school instead of in a standalone facility. Secondly, if they have older siblings, and a lot of them do, it puts the children in the same family, generally within a age span of which people, on occasion you have people who have students in both elementary and middle school, but you quite often have people who have multiple children in elementary or multiple in middle school. Better gets the family, keeps the family together going to one location. The other thing that it does is every day we have this significant loss of time for pre-K students and the logistics of keeping up with them because we run them to all these hubs and shuttle them from bus to bus at elementary schools to get them home and get them to pre-K centers. The reason years ago to have pre-K centers was the idea that they would bring all these consolidated services under one roof. And at the time that was done, there was actually some money out there through the Appalachian Regional Commission to do that. Doesn't exist anymore. So basically we've created some standalone buildings that house one grade level. They're not that efficient to operate, and they're probably not the best delivery model for students. So the decision was made to put that service in the neighborhood school. In some cases we have rooms in schools, and others we don't. But generally speaking, and Betty can tell you what formula she uses to do that, but looking at the population assigned to the school generates what would be the likely number of 4K students that would be served in that attendance area and adds those number of rooms to elementary schools when we do additions or if it's a new elementary school. So the new schools that we've built, I don't remember starting in what year, but recent years, elementary schools would have included those pre-K classrooms in them. What year did that start?
Rudolph Gordon.
Starting with Rudolph Gordon.
Okay. And you just said we look at just for the 4K attendance, or the 4K attendance that would qualify for pre-K?
Look, Betty, you want to speak to that?
We look at the attendance area and determine an estimate of the number of 4K students that
Would qualify. Okay. So this is something we're doing, but it's not a new, that was done several years ago. It's not a new standard. So I guess I'm a little confused.
No, but the original number was not set taking that into consideration.
Okay, so we have to get it updated. I guess we made that change, but then didn't update our projections necessarily on the cost for that. Okay.
And in some, like I said, in some cases, we have intentionally not updated numbers because we just have to keep updating them. It seems like it's a never-ending cycle.
So the increase in office spaces for our health and wellness initiatives, what does that look like? Is it?
Terry, you give an example of one of
guidance
those.
counselors because of our dropping that number? Or?
We've changed guidance counselor ratio. We have mental health counselors.
behavior specialists in some circumstances. Elementaries, we have literacy coaches and instruction coaches, which were added after a lot of buildings were built. And we have just a lot of needs for office space.
So four people like that would be roughly the equivalent of adding a classroom to a building, wouldn't it? Roundabout.
And do we have we kind of come up with our own ed spec on whether that space is private office versus collaborative space versus that kind of thing?
Yes, anybody
Yes,
that's
we have.
engaged in mental health counseling or school counseling, that'd be private office space. And instructional, like an instructional coach, that would be a private office space. Now, in some buildings, if they're not using all their classrooms, their instructional coaches are actually occupying a classroom as their office.
Okay.
But they don't need the classroom for a teacher in that particular year.
Okay, so some specific questions. Terry, you talked about the Greer High School changes, additions. I mean, the project was originally like 1.1 million, and now it's going to be 3.6, which sounds like a lot of scope creep. So I heard what you said about why you were adding what you were adding, but I also thought I was understanding that some of that was projected. It just wasn't projected to happen yet. So
A couple of things here. The 1.1 million that you referred to initially, that was just for an auxiliary gym, and that's about 4,800 square feet. We were looking at a three-sided appendage onto the existing building. So then we had $1,310,000 for a weight room project. So you add those two together, and we come up with like 2.4. So when we wanted to build those two facilities together, and so that required us to add on to the building in a totally different manner than we had originally envisioned it to do. If we were doing those projects one at a time, we wouldn't be using this design that we have now. So when we added both of them, we had to move them out into an existing parking lot, which I explained earlier was the bus loop, and there was some utility parking, paving, storm drainage, a number of things that were associated with it. There's about $500,000 worth of site work that was associated with that move. Also, we had to maintain connectivity to the building, which created a hallway. And then we had to totally rework the bus canopy systems and those tie-ins to the building, and some new and improved doorways and things into the building associated with that. So the project just kind of ballooned just from the physical addition to the building. And then there was the Title IX female varsity locker room that we added to the school. It was not built there originally. All of our high schools now, this was the only one that didn't have them. They have 4 varsity locker rooms, varsity, JV, male and female, both of them. So it results in 4 locker rooms. We had 3 there. So that was a pretty expensive component also to add.
So was that, so we had money, I thought when we established the athletic facilities needs line item for annual cost, that included Title IX upgrades and the weight room.
It would, and we're using all of that $1.3 million for this fiscal year in that project. So we're also addressing that Title IX issue with this athletic needs. There just was not enough money to accomplish it all. That's the reason we asked for the cost increase.
We could, there still would be a cost increase because there's construction cost increase. We could have added that gym as a 3-sided configuration. We could have put the weight room somewhere else. We could have done the locker room later. We could have done the weight room later. But it didn't make sense to do 3 separate projects. It made more sense to pull them all together, set them up in a way that we believe is more secure and more efficient for the school to operate, and also address that Title IX issue all at the same time while we're there.
Well, and I get that. I'm just saying that so you used the 1.3 million and what we originally had.
And the 1.1 gave us 2.4 for the project.
So it says the projected cost estimate increase of 2.4.
That's correct.
Is beyond
the 2.4.
The 2.4.
Right.
So we've doubled the cost.
That is correct.
Because we had nothing in there for that locker room. We had nothing in there for that locker room.
We had nothing in there for the locker room.
So we don't have money for Title IX facilities.
We would have if we did what Dr. Royster referred to. If we'd done the project over multiple years and done multiple projects, we would have. But we combined the 2 funding sources that we had at the time, the 1.1 and the 1.3, and did that. You're correct. It's a 47% increase in the cost of the scope of work.
Okay. And then the Kate space.
The Kate space was brought on. This was a request from Brooks Smith when we moved. This is for athletic trainers. Brooks asked us, along with Daryl Nance, to look at this and see if we could do this as part of the program. They already had this going on out there. They were doing it in the existing trainer space, which was 20% of what we have, what this redesigned space could potentially be. Very, very limited on the number of students they can do now. They can teach about 20 students now. Excuse me, that's incorrect. About 12 to 14 at the time now, when they were only able to do about 4 at the time before. So, and it's greatly enlarged and enhanced the space and turned it into a what they call a lab space now versus what was just the trainer's room at the school.
Okay, so that was repurposing and
some existing
space.
The locker room and the Kate program and a new multi-purpose coaches room for multiple coaches. Those are 3 things within the existing building that got repurposed.
There were 2 really large spaces inside Career High School. Mm-hmm. They were originally designed for industrial technology back when there was such a thing. We took one several years ago that I think they were using at the time for wrestling.
They were, and we turned it into a horticulture facility.
And then before that, we took one that they were using for storage or something to do with their athletic teams, and that's where the mechatronics lab is. So we actually took space, put it back. I won't say what it was originally intended for, but it was originally intended for Kate instruction, and we put it back to use as Kate instruction. But it caused them to lose space they were using for other things, and a small portion of this replaces some of that. And then it's an opportunity to expand the Kate program in health sciences, specifically in athletic training.
Okay. So when we go, that's one high school out of the current existing 14. When we go do similar work at the 13 other high schools, can we do a little bit of facility study ahead of time so that we understand what the cost is of, I mean, I'm excited that we have increasing CTE Kate enrollment in our high schools. I think that makes a lot of sense. But it's just more the not knowing when you start and then having your costs grow by double for
And-
every time you go do a project.
And
So-
some of that is we're chasing a number that's hard to project. Because we didn't necessarily know that athletic training would be so popular or grow so quickly. So some of that is chasing a number. You know, our intent is to offer courses for certification. So we need to try to plan that as best we can. One thing that I've charged both Mr. Nance and Mr. Mills with is to make sure we have no other significant Title IX concerns that we need to address. And if we do, we'll bring them in the next long-range facility plan, not this time, but next year. So as best we can, we want to try to predict where we'll need additional Kate space. You know, that's just like we felt like several years ago if we moved those classes to the high schools, we'd get more enrollment. I'm not sure we realized we'd get 500% in 2 years. I don't know how one would reasonably have projected that. And we think that's going to continue to grow.
Yeah.
So there'll still be a component of chasing after those numbers.
Well, I mean, I would hope we could inform ourselves a little bit better to anticipate, at least knowing that you're going to need to do some of that work and reconfigure spaces so that we can project it in our long-range facilities plan and the cost. That's kind of what I'm driving at. On the radio replacement, help me understand what that is. Well, let me back up. So Dr. Royster, you said the things that we need to approve. We've got 3 things that we need to approve to move them forward.
Yes.
So the long-range facilities plan doesn't necessarily have to be approved in its entirety or in itself, or we just have to approve the budget changes for those projects? Is that what you're saying?
Our normal procedure has been that you approve the plan and the funding plan, but we don't implement the funding plan until you approve the capital budget. So if it changes the capital budget in any way, we don't implement that until June when you change the capital budget. So that's no departure from the past. That's what we've always done. That way we can continue our planning, generally assuming that's probably what's going to happen in June.
Okay.
This time, because we need to get these projects to bid, they're just about ready to go. We need specific, we believe, because of the way we've done it in the past.
If I could, just for a moment, got Mrs. Goodwin Caldwell. Does anybody else want to ask questions right now? Okay, Coach and Mr. Lewis. Let's extend for 30.
We believe because of the way we've done it in the past, we want you all to act separately to go ahead and approve those specific amounts for those 3 projects. Back to your radio question, the last time we replaced our radio system was, I believe, in 2008, district-wide radio system, which is schools, emergency radios, maintenance, operations, transportation, all that. We're going to bring you some security considerations, maybe not next month, maybe the following month. That will likely be in there, the next replacement. What this does is looks down the road that 10 years away from the first year that's in there, 5 years away from the first year that's in there, there'd be enough money to do a system-wide replacement. The life cycle of those systems is about 10 years. You've probably seen a good bit about that lately because I think the city just recently invested in replacing their systems, and I think the county's either in the process of or is beginning the process of replacing theirs. And that's to keep them not only current, but they just over time they require replacement.
Okay, so you're talking about systems, though, because when you do the numbers, you $415,000 annually to replace 650 radios. That's some really expensive radios, but you're saying you have to replace.
There's
system
and they are expensive. They're
upgrades.
I think about $1,000. I don't know what Bill is. About $1,000 for.
Yeah, the total radio network is at 3,000 radios, but there are $1,000 for the district-wide radios a piece.
Oh, the ones that you guys use here.
The ones that everybody uses that are district-wide, including the school emergency radios, the radios in every bus, the radio in every truck, the radios we use. So the way that's scheduled out is that at the end of that period of time, we'd have the money to replace all of them. We wouldn't buy 450 a year. We'd replace the system,
Okay.
if that makes sense. In other words, we're kind of like the same concept with Mars. We'd set the money aside, and at the 4 or 5 year mark, there'd be enough there to replace the whole system, because it includes infrastructure, and we have some infrastructure issues with that system right now, internal to buildings.
Okay. Okay. Promethean boards. So I would have thought by now we would be on our way away from Promethean boards because of the one-to-one, because of the ability to Bluetooth connect to any screen. You know, almost every facility I go into now has a big screen that's connected to computer. So are we, to help me understand what the Promethean board is bringing to us that we really think we're going to need to replace it and spend that significant amount of money on it over the next few years?
I would imagine we're at least one cycle away from being to that point, but I'll let Mr. McCoy speak to that. Excuse me.
So, and what there, we had some committees Dr. McDavid ran through teachers and principals and all those folks to gather information about what we would replace those with, because we still do need some sort of classroom display. I think what they settled on is not the Promethean boards per se, but the projector, like what you have in this room here. It's not a board, but it's a short throw projector. Because to your point, with the interactivity now that we have with devices, we still need to be able to push content back and forth, and they need to be, when they're teaching, they need to be able to display content and teach, but they don't necessarily need those panel boards anymore like we used to have. So these are a little cheaper than the Promethean boards because we're not having to buy the boards and all that kind of with it.
Okay, so we aren't buying more Promethean boards then?
I think the way that's worded is simply as Promethean board replacement. The replacement is not a Promethean board.
Correct. And the only place we may have something that may look more like that would be, keeping in mind K1 and 2, we don't have the devices one-to-one for those kids. So that might look a little different in K2 than it would look in 312.
Okay, so Promethean boards back, we're replacing, we're just upgrading. This is an upgrade.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Mrs. Wells, have you seen the device we put in Rudolph Gordon that replaced Promethean?
I am so overwhelmed by this information right now. I could try to remember what that looked like, but I'm not going to do that this morning.
That's what the replacement looks like.
Okay. Well, it read like we're replacing Promethean boards. So we are, but we're not replacing them with Promethean boards is the point. Okay. I'll let somebody else have a turn. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Royster and Terry.
Mrs. Goodwin Caldwell.
Okay. Terry, when I was talking to you earlier about Fountain Inn High School, I was under the impression that it was already going to be a school for 2,000. It's just a school for 1,000 now?
We're building the core areas for 2,000, but the initial enrollment will be 1,000, and in the future there will be a 1,000 student addition put it on. That will be classroom space mostly.
Okay, I'm looking at, so is the Fountain Inn School along the lines of like the Fisher School was? Or is it a lot different from Fisher?
It looks more like Rudolph Gordon inside. You've been inside the
new
middle
addition.
school side of Rudolph Gordon. It's a combination of that. The career and technical area looks like a small version of CMI, the Greenville Tech campus over at ICAR. And then, of course, it has the high school components, three gymnasiums, band room, the things that you would affiliate with a high school.
Okay.
And the athletic fields that go with a high school.
Because I'm looking at the cost of it, with it just being for 1,000 kids right now, and then have to add on later. This is going to end up being a $100 million school, because right now it's at $84 million.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. I don't know about the $100 million figure, but there will be some substantial additional cost to the school to add the additional 1,000 seats. Yes, ma'am.
But that's all. The only thing you'd be adding there, if you look at the drawings, for the academic wings.
Yeah.
And if you look on the physical layout for the campus, you'll see where the future addition is planned. So you don't have to
Show me
add
that.
gym space. You don't have to add cafeteria space. You don't have to add to the band room, the chorus room. You don't have to add office space except whatever offices are for teachers in those wings.
Yeah, but
So the only addition to it to go up to 2,000 would be the number of classrooms needed to add an additional 1,000 students to the school.
and you don't think that additional 1,000 addition would be like worth be 16 million?
I think by the time it comes to add that 1,000
It probably
seats,
will be.
it will probably exceed that amount.
That's what I'm saying.
But
It's going
if
to be
you-
100 million.
Well, but if you didn't do the
Dollar
infrastructure, if you didn't do the infrastructure right now to support that, it would be even more when you went back to do that later. And the reason we don't build it for 2,000 now is we just don't currently have the demand for that. And we have other projects that we do have the demand for, space-wise, that we need to use that funding to take care of.
Okay.
And that's been, that's one thing that's been constant in this project since the beginning, though I think the total capacity of the building might have changed. It's always been designed and planned as a school that would have an initial occupancy lesser than what it could hold in the future with the addition of classroom space to it.
Okay. And Lisa kind of hit on this on the technology refresh. I guess I should be asking Jeff, because we only had 3.5 million a year for that, and now it's going up. It seemed like it's the numbers. I'm looking at the numbers. It's going back and forth on this. What is that about? With the
I have to look at
do
that.
you have that?
Well, there are two reasons. You might want to look at the specific equipment information. There are two reasons for it to go up and down. One has to do with the initial replacement of the Promethean boards with another device.
Is that the 9.4 million this year?
I don't have that number in front of me. Robin? It also has to do with when we originally established refresh, the original number set aside in the capital budget was pre-one-to-one device. So now that we've gone to one-to-one device, over time, our refresh of that program will cost more than refresh did before, which was, teacher devices and some limited number of devices for the school. So we knew over time we'd have to put more money in the replacement of one-to-one devices. Now, another reason that numbers go up and down in the capital budget has to do with planning for expenditures based on revenue flow. And there's a in a number of years in that plan, cash flow plays into when we put amounts in certain years. We've got to have a certain cash flow to spend out on the construction of Fountain Inn High School, for example. So we know for a 4-year period, we got a pretty large cash flow out for that purpose. We got other projects in there that tap cash flow for particular years. In other years, we've got revenue, but we don't have as much demand for a construction project in that year, which might cause us to put varying amounts either in Mars or in the refresh. And then we plan our refresh expenditures to line up with those years. And in the case of Mars, we simply move those funds forward because we know there's no question at some point every building that was built in the BEST program will have to have a new roof. Right now, we just simply have a best guess as to when that might be. They'll all have to have a new HVAC system. So we know over time we need to make sure that we've set aside the funds that would allow those to be replaced. And we don't have to come in here and say, wait, we need to delay this construction project because we got to buy 4 roofs. So all this isn't exactly pinpoint accurate to the year it will occur, but we know these things will occur, And we know based on the projections of the life of that system about how long it should last. And we want to make sure we don't come up short in a year when likely we'd need to put on. I think one of those years we occupied 14 buildings, didn't we, Terry?
Yes, sir, 17 with 1 year on.
17. So we don't want to hit 1 year, we've got to put 17 roofs on if we don't have money set aside for 17 roofs. Now, hopefully that will never happen.
Okay, educate me, Bert, on
Yes, ma'am.
the difference between this and the general. Are those two separate funds? General fund is different than the.
Yes, ma'am. We cannot use capital funds to pay for general fund expenses. I mean, we couldn't use that money to hire teachers. I mean, it's restricted in what it can be used for to construction, renovation, capital projects, the purchase of capital equipment, which could be computers or tractors or buses, but you can't use it you use it to buy classroom furniture, which we do. You cannot use it for recurring expenses like the utility bill, salaries of people other than those that manage capital projects. We can pay for a project manager out of it, but not a plumber. So it's restricted for those large ticket items that are buildings, improvements to buildings, purchase of equipment, or actions that significantly extend the life of a building, like putting on a roof. Okay. You know, if you don't put one on, the building eventually, would fall in, but if you don't by putting one on, you extend the useful life of the building.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chuck.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Sudduth?
We're only voting on 3 items today: Fountain Inn, Roper Mountain, and Greer High. Fountain Inn is $17 million. Greer High is $2.5 million. Roper Mountain is $1.6 million.
Yes, sir.
So that's $21 million that we're going to have to look at right now. Where would we get that from?
Ms. Stack went through those. I'll let her go through them again. It does not require you raising any millage. It's from various sources of capital revenue. Generally speaking, revenue that has exceeded our projections for it. We always try to be extremely conservative in projecting revenue because we don't want you to be caught short. So it's primarily from those sources. So, Robin, if you run back through those quickly.
Okay, the tax increment financing revenue agreement, that has provided additional funds for the CIP.
Yes, ma'am.
When we sold general obligation bonds, we sold at a lesser expense percentage than what we had budgeted for. So that allowed us to use the additional money towards the CIP. Bond premiums, when we sell bonds, if the market's right, we get a premium, and we have put those additional premiums towards the CIP. Interest rates have been rising, and when we invest our money while it's idle, we have gained more interest than what we had projected because interest rates are rising, and we've put that towards the CIP. The debt service mill value itself has increased in value, so the additional funds that we received from taxes, we've been able to sell additional bonds to use in our CIP. The fee in lieu of agreements that companies go into with counties, they have been increasing because companies have invested in new property and opening up new segments of their business. We get additional funds from that. The Best Bond refinancing was a large influx of money to the CIP program because of that 1 year where we got an additional $8.4 million that we could then apply to the CIP. And then our state revenue has been growing. and it has given us money over and above what we used in our projections. So all of those sources, when added together, gives us the money to finance these additional costs without raising millage.
So those are fairly reliable sources. As far as we can go, I'm not saying guarantee, but fairly reliable.
Well, it depends on the economy. You know, taxes, people pay their taxes when they're working. So it's all somewhat variable.
I think maybe that, if I might, so I think maybe your question is the revenue there now to fund these projects? And the answer to that is yes.
Yes, it certainly is.
The question you asked would, and the way Robin answered it, would only affect things outside of these projects if it were to go down. We have the revenue on hand, and this is why we have it on hand.
This would really help us get these 3 projects so we could make a budget adjustment and vote on these 3 today.
Yes, sir.
And we really got the money to pay for that. We're not thinking now that we're going to have to raise millage.
No, sir.
We think we got that taken care of.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me go back to Greer High School.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mills, for 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We've got an auxiliary gym and we got a weight room.
Yes, sir.
So is this going to add another auxiliary gym, another weight room, or what?
You do not have today an auxiliary gym or you do have a weight room there at at Greer High School. That weight room may continue to be a weight room. There's been a tremendous growth in the number of students that are using weight rooms now for multiple different sports and programs. So I don't know what Greer will choose to do with that particular space. They may let it continue to be a weight room, or they may convert it to some other use, athletic use, or some other instructional use.
We got a gym. What would you call that? That's right beside the original gym.
You have
a small gym.
You have a gym. You have an auxiliary gym.
The difference.
Mr. Seth, maybe I could answer that a different way. The standard became in the BEST program to have 3 gyms: a main gym, a mini gym, an activities room or gym multi-purpose room.
Right.
Every other high school has 3. Of the 3, Greer has only 2. So this is an equity issue to make the Greer facility equivalent to the other 13 high schools, and the new high school has 3.
That's correct. And adding the female locker room is an equity issue also, and a Title IX issue.
So for the girls, we have a gym.
No. So we're adding an additional locker room for them.
Where do the girls dress now for sports?
They just use the one locker room that's provided for them. They have a PE locker room, and then they have a varsity sports locker room. They should have had 2 varsity sports locker rooms.
Okay. We're going to have to relocate a parking lot and a bus drop-off. Where will we move that?
We're going to just expand in that general area where the bus loop and bus parking is there now. We're just kind of instead of it being long and rectangular, it's going to get wider and more square. It's going to be in the same area. We're just going to have to reconfigure it.
So we could do that with the basketball courts we have out there
Yes,
in
sir.
Greer Middle School right beside us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can get it all in there. We have a site plan over here that depicts what we're going to do.
How are we going to block access to the remainder of the school for after-hour events? Are we talking about the upper driveway?
No, sir. This will be. This addition is going back at the rear of the school in the bus loop. One of the reasons that we designed this where we did and located this, the weight room and this multi-purpose gym room together was so they could be partitioned from the rest of the school in a security system, and they have their own HVAC systems also, and their own security corridor or their own area, and they can come in and disable the alarm in this room and use it for after hours after the school, either one of these 2 facilities, and it'll be disengaged from the system building-wide HVAC system, and it has its own standalone HVAC system.
So we have a parking lot, and we have the bus loop in that parking lot.
Yes, sir, just
And
like it
that
was.
parking lot is usually for athletics.
Yes, sir.
Team, so forth. We have the front parking lot for the faculty,
and
and we have a parking lot on the other side for students.
Yes, sir.
Now, we're not going to try to take any of this for the students' parking lot and make that do for something else, right?
Yeah, that is correct. Mr. Senator, we are just reconfiguring the existing bus loop and parking in that area. We're reconfiguring. We're going to have the same number of parking spaces, and it will continue to be the bus loop. It's just
It'll be on that side.
Yes, sir. Same place it is
And
now.
the bus
just-
loop will be on that side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lewis.
Thank y'all for this presentation. So first, just a clarifying question. I know that items 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5 are actually specific budget adjustment items, but the specific item that we're voting on right now is the approval of the entire long-range facility plan, correct?
Yes, sir, and the preliminary, for lack of a better way to look at it, the preliminary approval of the funding plan, but that comes back to you in the capital budget.
Okay.
Then the next three items on your agenda are, I don't remember the exact order now, but 1, 2, 3, Fountain Inn High School, Greer addition, and Roper Mountain Science Center building project, all three of which are right on the cusp of going to bid. So we need to get the funding approved in order to bid the project as they are, or make adjustments to the scope.
But things like Summit Drive and the radios and all that stuff that we said aren't specific action items, that is currently in the revised long-range facility plan that we're supposed to be voting on. Right
Yes,
now.
sir, but we would not proceed with those until they're funded in the capital budget.
Sure. Okay. And so the current cash that we have on hand is, I just want to make sure I understand. So when we talk about things like interest rates being higher, getting better returns on bonds, like we're not talking about anticipated extra funds that are going to come in 2020. We're talking about currently today we have this cash on hand and would like to spend it. Is that?
We have these funds on hand, and these funds on hand for all those reasons, that's how we were able to accumulate those funds. They will fund the increased cost of these projects.
Okay. So help me understand, if we approve a long-range facility plan for, several years, why are we adding new projects to the plan instead of moving existing approved projects up? Like why is there a new thing being introduced rather than, say, moving up an elementary school or another renovation?
In these, I guess we might need to be more specific about your question, because there, I don't guess there's really anything new in there. It's changing the amount set aside for certain things. But now every year there's the possibility of adding a new project because of an unforeseen need, and there might also be the based on population trends, just like we mentioned earlier, that new North Middle School, it's been moved out I don't know how many times because the population has not been there to justify the need.
Right.
But in general terms, you probably could find an example in there of it. There are things that are already there. We're just changing the funding amount. Just like the refresh, we knew when we put in 1-to-1, at some point after implementation of 1-to-1, we would need to increase the amount in refresh because now we are refreshing a much higher level of technology than we had previously.
Okay. Can we talk a little bit about Robert E. Cashin? Because I understand from our interpretation of this expansion of 4K policy that the intent was, before I was on the board, I guess this was voted. Is that an action item that the board? Is that a philosophical item that the district is working on? Is it an action item that the board took?
I'd have to go back and look and have somebody go through the minutes to see if it was approved. The board asked the administration to increase the number of pre-K classes, pre-K spaces available to our students. And in response to that, part of our response to that was to add classrooms for that purpose.
Okay.
And to do it this way instead of adding centers. So we'll be glad. I'll be glad to get that history to you. I just don't recall it right offhand.
No, and I mean, I know we've talked offline about it. I think it's great that we're doing it. I agree that moving more 4K slots into the elementary schools will make it easier for families and for students to transition. I just specifically at Robert E. Cashin, I thought they already had a 4K classroom.
They
And
do.
so
They do.
I'm surprised
They
that
do.
we're adding another one.
When we're adding enough to accommodate more students in the attendance area.
So
Four K students from the attendance area.
the way I hear that, because we anticipate, based on current growth, that the total number of K through 5 students is going to grow.
Correct.
And within that number, you looked at how many might reasonably qualify as pre-K, and you put that many rooms in there, however many that was, 1 or 2, however many it was.
Oh, I think in total, including what's already there, was 4.
So maybe 2 more.
We're going to add 3.
You add 3.
Yes,
So
sir.
there's 1 there.
No, there are multiple. I think there's probably 4 there now, but we're, no.
Well, let's make sure we got the correct
at
answer.
least 2.
They have 1 4K right now.
Yes, correct.
And so you're adding 3, and 4 should give you the number that, based on the revised population for the school, it would likely generate.
All right, so help me understand, because as I looked at Cashin's list, it looked like it was more administrative and office space than classroom space. So we're talking about adding 3 4K classrooms and what to Cashin?
There are several other classrooms because we're expanding the whole campus.
I have the list here. I can go down it for you. Okay, 4K classrooms, we're adding 3.
Okay,
5K classrooms, we're adding 1.
okay,
First grade, we're adding 3 first grades. We're adding
Okay.
2 second grades.
Okay.
We're adding 2 third grades, 1 fourth grade, 2 fifth grade, 1 challenge ESOL room, 1 RTI teachers room, 1 related arts room, 2 resource rooms. This will be 1 800 square foot room with a divider in it, 1 OT PT changing space, 4 additional offices, and 2 administrators' offices.
okay. That's much more helpful than
Yes,
the amount of information that was provided to us, which makes it look like it's heavier on office space than classroom space. So
No,
I appreciate that.
It's 17 additional classroom spaces.
We'll send you the breakout,
It's okay.
although you didn't ask that question, but I would assume the same question would apply to Summit Drive. We'll send you a more specific breakout. And again, we're not asking for that separate specific action on these 2. For one thing, they're later in the bid process.
Without objection, we'll extend for 10 minutes.
And we want to have the benefit of getting these bids in before we come back and recommend a revised budget for these 2 additions.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Roper Mountain Science Center. So my understanding from the slides and from the presentation that I heard at Roper Mountain the other day, the vision now is that because of construction costs, we are going to build out the facility, and that we are going to ask the Roper Mountain Science folks to fundraise for the exhibits and for the things that are going inside the facility. Is that correct?
That would have been, I believe, from the outset, Mr. Lewis, that would have been my understanding.
That's always been the original plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I don't know if we were clear on that. I know that Mr. Mills said that. I believe that this is the first building constructed on Roper Mountain. Now, not renovated, but constructed on Roper Mountain, that the district has committed 100% to funding the construction.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the price increase on the Roper Mountain facility, though there's not been any change in the planned square footage, when it was further developed what was going to go in there, it necessitated some changes within the design to accommodate the kinds of exhibits they wish to put in there. For one thing, just to give a good example, we had an aquatic exhibit in one of those other buildings, and the building wasn't specifically designed for that, and it caused considerable problems over the years and required considerable work on the backside to address it. So to now having a better understanding of what they wish to display there, that's moved some of the cost up to make certain that the building is designed to appropriately house those kinds of exhibits.
And do we feel comfortable that the association is going to be able to raise those funds to do that work? I mean, is that I'd hate for us to make this considerable investment in a building, look at other expenses that need to be done, and not go ahead and embed some of those costs into our plan if we're putting a burden on an entity that we've never built for before.
Well, and I guess probably the best way to look at that, and I guess Michael was here, and he can probably speak to the efforts they have going on there. I think they've got some potential partnerships that have access to some pretty good levels of funding. But I think the bigger indicator is, look what's on that mountain now. And this is the first time we've paid for a building.
Okay.
So to me, that past history of being able to raise funds through various means and methods, I feel confident based on that past history that they'll be able to do that.
You stood up, so I was pausing if you wanted to talk, but you can agree, and that's also fine.
I can talk to some of the commitments that have been made. Greenville Water has already made a significant commitment, and then we're going to be the recipients of the Floor Golf Tournament, which will be about $250,000, as well as the Michelin Golf Tournament, which is another $250,000. So I think at the early stages of the campaign, it's looking very good.
Thanks. The weight rooms, I would just like to get some more information on. I understood that there was a plan for every high school to have a weight room. I think I asked and got the response that we haven't quite mapped out that plan yet. So I just want to make sure that we're approving weight rooms over a period of time, and that is the period of time over which every high school can expect to see its weight rooms.
Yeah, and I believe it's like a 14-year plan, but
we're anticipating doing one per year.
Okay.
Starting with Greer High School.
And
you going to start at the top of the county and work your way down?
Mr. Nance is we're the next project will be based on need, and Mr. Nance is doing that assessment, and he's directing us what the next project will be.
So our highest need is at Greer High School. Is that?
Well, we actually
a locker room.
Well, Coach Sutter said that was where the greatest need was. No, we did that one because of the other two projects there. That's why we put it first.
Thank you.
The second one to get the benefit of that will be Fountain Inn High School, I guess. Or there might be one that will get it right before Fountain Inn.
There should be two projects completed before Fountain Inn, existing high schools. We're building the Fountain Inn High School to the new district weight room standards.
Okay. The last question I just have is about the technology refresh. I know, Dr. Royster, you've been involved in some of the emails. I've had some correspondence with families, particularly families of third and fourth graders who are concerned about the amount of screen time that we're putting young children in front of. And I know that the research isn't entirely consistent on whether that is a huge negative or a huge positive. I'd appreciate it if you guys could help get me some data to confirm that us moving forward with third grade and fourth grade kids having this amount of screen time is not, based on the current research, going to have a negative effect on them. Because it would appear tone deaf to me for me to send folks to you to talk about this issue and then vote to add more computers before we get resolution on that. So if you could just send us some research supporting that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay. Mrs. Levinas Wells.
Thank you. Mr. Mills, I really appreciate you really looking into the weight room as well as the girls' locker room at Greer. I think that's very important that we keep all 14 of our high schools within the same standards and that we make sure they're all of equal. Also, I think it's fantastic that we're going to do this for Roper Mount Science Center. just because Saturday they had a big day out there with space camp and so forth, and there were lots and lots and lots of young people out there. Roper Mountain does so much, and I'm very proud. And really, it's a very minimal amount of money that we're going to be giving them for this addition. And then also Fountain Inn, great project. I love growth and I love innovation. But the best thing about this whole situation is when Robin stood up and said that there would not be a millage increase. And because it's not going to be, we're not going to ask the public for money, it makes this a very easy decision for me. So with that being said, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Hearing none, we have a motion properly made and duly seconded on the floor. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Dr. Royster. Our next item of business in order is item 4.03, budget adjustment for Fountain Inn High School project. Recommended motion coming from the administration is to approve an additional $17,022,000 in funding for Fountain Inn High School.
Mr. Sailors,
Mrs. Wells.
I would like to make a motion to approve an additional $17,022,000 in funding for Fountain Inn High School.
Have a motion properly made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Somebody call Crystal and tell her we did this.
Did you hear it? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, and if I could, just for a sidebar moment too, Sherry, would you please make sure the record is noted that Dr. O'Connor is not here because of a death in the family? Okay, thank you. Our next item of business in order is item 4.04, the budget adjustment for the Roper Mountain Science Center project.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve an additional $1,632,000 in funding for Roper Mountain Science Center.
I second.
Have a motion made and seconded. And before we call for the vote, I got a couple of questions, unless there's another. Terry, before we came back from break, just so my colleagues understand the conversation that we had, because we ended up in, designing a kitchen that's a little bigger than what was originally conceived for the new building at Roper Mountain, we've had a conversation about expanding the downstairs area by how many square feet? About 300?
Approximately 330.
Okay. Just so our colleagues know, Lisa and I had a conversation with some of the staff as we were finishing lunch, because when the kitchen was expanded, it encroached into some of the dining area. And it was already a tight space to begin with. As you all remember, we put the kitchen in to be a training component for special education usage, plus it could be service for dining for students that go out there. Long story short is this. In talking with the administration, it's doable to add that 300 square feet on the exterior space of the building, and it will raise the cost of the building by roughly $100,000?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so we felt like it would be cleaner to do that now. So I would like to entertain a motion. I can't make it. To a motion by amendment. We can do a substitute motion.
Substitute.
And so is there a maker of the substitute, to make a substitute motion to expand it by another $100,000?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, you made the, no, wait a minute. You made the original motion, so let's let somebody else make the substitute.
Good.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to approve an additional or amend the motion to approve an additional $100,000 to the $1,632,000 in funding for the Roper Mountain Science Center.
Okay. I have a motion made and seconded to a motion by replacement or substitute, excuse me, to raise the funding for the Roper Mountain project to $1,732,000. Is that a good capture for the maker of the motion?
Yes.
Is there any discussion over that?
Did you get us?
Hearing none, all those in favor of the substitute motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. The motion is now substituted. We're now discussing and voting on the motion as substituted. Any discussion? Mrs. Wells?
Just to circle back to what Mr. Lewis said, I know that with all the construction cost increase, there is the tendency that I know you guys are looking, before you bring it to us, to cut costs as much as possible. But, for Roper Mountain, which is going to serve 76,000 plus students in Greenville County and across the state, if there's any concern that we don't believe if Roper Mountain, with the association, can't put stuff in the building, can't get the exhibits funded, I just want to put it out there that I'd like for the board to know that and be aware of that, so that we could consider if we want to fund those additional items, because this building's going to be spectacular, and I think a lot of great partners have come forward, but I wouldn't want us to open it and then not have things there that we want for our students that'll be coming in and out from the minute we cut the ribbon. So just want to make that point.
Sure.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item of business and order is item 4.05, the adjustment and budget adjustment for Greer High School athletic facilities. There's a recommended motion. Is there a maker?
I'd like to make the motion to approve an additional $2,418,750 in funding for Greer High School athletic facilities.
Have a motion properly made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item of business in order is item 4.06, the City of Fountain Inn permanent utility easement right-of-way for Fountain Inn High School. Is there a maker? Mrs. Wells.
I move to approve the request for a permanent utility easement right-of-way on the Fountain Inn High School property.
Have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Mr. Shamley.
Just a question. We're moving this thing to the right or whatever by that. I'm just curious why.
Terry?
I can explain that. Two things, Mr. Shamley. We need to get it out from under the building, and it is too shallow, and the profile of the building would force us into it, and we're creating a common utility right away to put them all in there, and we want to get them in a roadway, so we're moving it over.
This will do away with the existing, this will replace the existing easement.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And once that's done,
We'll
reclaim the existing right-of-way. In fact, we already have the paperwork from the other side to do that.
Any other questions? Mrs. Wells.
So, Terry, this is currently a sewer easement, but
That's correct.
But we're going to put additional utilities
Yes,
in the
we're-
easement, so that'll be
Yes,
Fountain Inn
we're-
gas.
Gas, electric, potable water, sewer, and data. I mean, we'll run a telecom line through there also.
Okay, so it's hard to tell from this exhibit where the building laid on top of it.
It's on the very end of the building.
Okay, down where the bus loop and where on that side.
Yes, in that general area, correct. And like I said, the building steps down there. We get multi-story. We're coming in at that elevation, but we're dropping down. And there were some issues with the depth of the sewer line through there.
Okay. How much flow? That sewer line's serving more than just Fountain Inn High School, right? So how?
It came down Quillen Avenue and it flowed into Helms. I'm sorry, I don't know the load on it.
Okay. I guess my concern would be, especially if we're going to put that many utilities in a single
Right.
corridor, that if they have any concern about capacity and needs to upgrade, I would hope that
It's
they're-
an 8-inch line.
Okay, well, okay. I'll ask you about that. But we have, so we'll have additional easement documents to address the other utilities that are going to go in that easement?
Individually, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Our next item of business in order is item 4.07, Facilities Project Report. Terry, please tell me you don't have a whole lot more to talk about.
Mr. Sailors, I'm here to answer questions.
Okay.
I got some questions.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Terry related to the balance of the work that we haven't talked about today? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mills, to you and your staff for putting everything together, and to my colleagues for supporting all of these recommendations so we can move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our Committee of the Whole agenda items for today. Is there anything else to come forward? We have a special called meeting immediately following this. So I'll entertain a motion that we adjourn the Committee of the Whole.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. Any discussion? Hearing all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And we are now adjourned from our Committee of the Whole meeting. No, we don't have to come in executive session. Yeah. Let's take a 2-minute break so if I can get my board docs to come back up. Boy, where'd everybody go?
Then we'll go have their afternoon snack.
They're tired. Come on, let's get.
Honey, I'm getting as quick as this little old thing right here will take me.
It's cold.
Feels good to me. You want my coat?
It's cold. How long we gonna be in this?
It depends all about you.
You sure?
Okay. I'd like to call the special called board meeting for the Greenville County School Board on March 12, 2019 to order. Our first item of business in order is item 1.01, personnel recommendations. Dr. Royster.
You have those in your packet. If you have any question, I probably suggest that we go into executive session, but I think they're pretty straightforward, and I sent you a narrative about the 2 principal appointments. One thing I might clarify, there's an appointment there, a transfer, the very last one in your packet. That is replacing the retiring Debbie Carrera, because I think it might not have been clear by the title, but that's who that is.
Okay.
Some of you had asked that.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve as presented.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Mr. Shamley? Oh, okay. Any discussion? Mrs. Wells? Well,
I think I can ask a general enough question, I guess, so you said, you mentioned this, we're replacing Debbie Carrero, her position. Is that position going to change at all? Or is it still going to be world languages and IB?
Probably some additional responsibilities there, but yes, we'll still take care of those things as well. Because of the qualifications of the person, we believe there's some other things that can be accomplished there.
Okay, I look forward to that.
Thank you.
any other, Mrs. Bill Caldwell?
Bert,
Yes, ma'am.
Paula Bird just completely retired. She resigned?
I believe she may do some contract work for us, but she's retiring.
But she wasn't in academics anymore. She was over at Armstrong. I didn't know she had went to Armstrong.
She's
Is she still in academics?
She was a Title I specialist in academics serving Armstrong. Is that why that's in there that way? You know, we were talking earlier about the Title I specialist, the teams, the Title I specialist. That's why it's in there. She was still in academics. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We have a motion. Thank you. We have a motion made and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Next item of business is item 1.02, the approval of resolution regarding House Bill 3759 and Senate Bill 419. Mr. Lewis, would you like to tee this up and make a motion on behalf of the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You want to start with the motion?
Please do.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution regarding House 3759, Senate 419 that's in your packet.
Have a motion properly made and seconded. Any discussion? I know it's coming from committee. Well, it's not necessarily, the committee approved it, but on this, it's not recommended coming from committee. So anyway, Mr. Lewis, would you like to speak to it?
Sure. Just some context. So as the board members, I'm sure are all aware, House Bill 3759 has already passed the House. The Senate bill is currently tied up in the Education Committee, and there are some significant differences between the House version that has passed and the Senate bill, which is still being worked out. So one of the challenges that this board faced was how do we provide public comment on behalf of the board to a bill that isn't finished being written yet, but which will likely be finished before the next COW. So the recommendation that came from committee was that we would pass a resolution that has 6 talking points in it that would then allow each board member to kind of speak to components of those bills as they are relevant to them using these 6 talking points. So if we can, I would like to go through them because I think
Please do.
They are significant. I know it will take a few minutes, but I will talk fast so that we can warm up. Ms. Goodwin call. So one, I think it's really important that the committee wanted to make sure that we are crystal clear that the resolution begins with the assumption that the strongest contributor to a highly effective education is the quality and the structure of the classroom. And second, only to the administrative support that's provided to that teacher in the classroom. And I think all of our work here is kind of built around that assumption. So you'll see here 6 assumptions that really are built around that. So the first one is that we would ensure that the pay for all public school teachers meets or exceeds the Southeastern average for comparable years of experience and education level, and that the General Assembly fully funds this investment and embeds within a policy a requirement to adjust that pay annually based on the benchmark. So this says not only do we want our teachers to be paid at the Southeastern average based on their years of experience and qualifications, but we also want the General Assembly not to wash their hands of education in 2019 and not come back to it till 2030 and us have another gap. So every year they should be required themselves to go back in and adjust those salaries so that we are continually pinning it to the Southeastern average. The second one is that we recognize the local control of schools by duly elected school board members is preferable to state and federal mandates. And we, as a board, have taken a position on that issue before, both through the South Carolina School Board Association and through our local board. And this just reinforces that idea that we as a state talk often about local control in terms of how the federal government needs to leave the states alone. But for some reason, our General Assembly believes local control stops in Columbia. And we want to remind them that local control is in the community where the schools are, where the children are being served. So we have reinforced that point. The third one is that we will allow high-performing school districts the flexibility to opt out of all state-mandated testing that is not required by federal law. So we know there are tests that the federal law requires us to administer. I'm hopeful that we can address those tests at a later date. But there are a good number of tests that are required by the state of South Carolina, including the kindergarten readiness assessment, that are not required by federal law. And it's our intent that we would be able to opt out of those. The local school districts would be able to opt out. The fourth one is that we would remove all unnecessary state-level bureaucracies of political appointees, which are often in conflict with the South Carolina Board of Education, the elected state superintendent of education, and the locally elected school boards. This, I believe, we have already affirmed in the last month when we passed a resolution asking the General Assembly to disband the EOC, but also I think is relevant to the 020 Committee, now renamed SCORE, and yet still the same thing, that the House passed but the Senate has removed. And so this is, I think, reinforcing for our senators the position that we would prefer that those committees go away, that local school boards should be ultimately responsible for what happens in education, not appointees at the state level. Number 5 is that we would ensure that the State Department of Education, in partnership with the School Board Association, provides high-quality school board orientation and trainings with an emphasis on ethics, data analysis to drive student performance, sound governance, fiscal management, legal issues, board policies, and board best practices. And we would hope that this section really addresses the numerous pages in the House bill that refer to the need for more ethics and ethics training for school board members. We all, as elected officials, understand that we already have to abide by the ethics laws that have created in the state of South Carolina. What we actually would recommend is that school boards need training on how to use some of these best practices at the local level, and that the State Department of Ed and the School Board Association should work to develop those trainings. And the sixth one, which we often say here, but we wanted to really reinforce, is to ensure that the General Assembly removes all unfunded and underfunded mandates from current and future legislation and regulations. If the General Assembly is going to require that we have to do something, they should pay for it and not expect us to turn around to local businesses and to collect that on small businesses because of Act 388. So those are our six positions. Most of those you should see are familiar. We have passed resolutions that are similar to that, but putting them all together, we hope will give you some talking points as you talk to your delegation members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions? Roy. Speak in the mic.
I apologize. I was in the meeting this morning and didn't think of it until just now. But on the section where we talk about being able to opt out of all tests, except for the federal and so forth, there are some reports that we are required to submit that I'm not sure we should have to, i.e. those reports that go into the computation of the school report cards and things like that, whether we want to or not. It seems we ought to be able to opt out of those as well, even though they're not a test per se, and I just offer that as a suggestion.
That would be something we could address at a later time?
I think so. I mean, this testing section was in response to the fact that they named specific tests that they wanted to do away with, but they didn't do away with all of them, and some of them that they named, they put back in. And so this was really a chance for us to reinforce this idea that you don't have to name them. Just tell us we don't have to do any of them, and then we will name the ones that we want to opt out of, which I think is a more appropriate way for us to assess our students.
Yep.
But absolutely, I will make sure the advocacy committee also looks at reporting requirements.
Mrs. Wells?
Just to add an enhancement to what Mr. Lewis said about number 5, ensuring that high-quality board orientation and trainings happen, I think the other conversation around that really has to do with the fact that increasingly the Department of Ed has gone in and taken over schools, and they've removed boards. So, you know, to the proactive measure should be that they ramp up the amount of training and orientation and support they provide to the local governing bodies, and not just ignore that responsibility and then come in and take it over when they don't like what's happening. So just as another conversation point.
Okay. One clarification, if there's not another question, of Mrs. Brinkman and Ms. Fitzer. Can we get this thing cleaned up and out the door this afternoon? Since we're going to Columbia tomorrow. Some of us are. Making it look prettier than a sheet of white paper. You know, I mean, the same template we've used before, just something that's a little more professional looking. It's other than a letter.
So not a PowerPoint presentation.
Not a PowerPoint, yeah. Okay. Any other conversation or questions? Coach? You said you were going to Columbia tomorrow. Yeah.
6:30.
We're leaving at 6:30 in the morning. Yes, see, that's what
Yes,
I wasn't going to tell you that until
He
you
told
got
me
ready to
be here
leave.
at 6.
6:30.
You told me 6.
We're going to leave here at 6. You, me, Glenda, Michelle, and Julie. We're going tomorrow. Then everybody else is going to try to go on in April. You're a good man. I don't care what your wife says. Okay. Any other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item of business is 103.
Good job, friends.
Recommended motion coming from the Committee of the Whole is to waive Board Policy BBBA to enable the Board's annual self-evaluation to take place after March 15th of the 2018-19 school year. It coming from Committee of the Whole requires no second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. The chair will now entertain a motion that we adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Have a motion to adjourn. Seconded, because it's past his nap time. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries, and we are adjourned. Thank you.